Alrighty guys, good morning. Happy fucking Saturday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far, or Friday night, as it would be for me too. Good morning guys. Good morning Cuphead. Good morning Utsi. Hi. Hope you guys are a wonderful morning. Tonight guys, we're going to do more of the OW2s. Tweaking and massaging the game to get the performance that we're looking for here. Yeah. Kind of a ridiculous bit here. We're trying to get things dialed in here. I thought I had them dialed in yesterday, and it turned out, nope. No, it was not. Thought we had things dialed in, and we do not. So, the quest continues today, guys. Where things go, maybe we got fixed. It kind of felt like we had to fix it at the end of yesterday's stream, but might not be. So, good morning, Slane. A trophy. Oh my god, I love trophies. Thanks for giving me awards. I love getting awards for being a great streamer. Fantastic streamer. Uh-huh. Yes. Let's see. Bought the battle pass. Figured why not at this point. Basically almost done with it, and I think I got my money's worth. Wait till the end of the season to buy it. If I actually get to play it that long, sure. I don't even care about the skins. Doesn't even matter. Oh, okay. Let's take a look at the OW2s here, guys. See where things are going there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Already put me in OW2. I gotta change it back. Good. Alright. Let's see what's going on in the tubes tonight, guys, here, and go from there. But yeah, thought I had things figured out yesterday, and apparently I don't. Or maybe something's fucked up again. Yeah. Another marvelous mess. Oh my god. I love rhymes. Min-max, faster GPU or CPU. That's incredibly subjective for the most part. I specifically built a van for drive-by shootings. Oh yeah? I mean, I guess you can put that on YouTube if you want to. What the fuck is that? Cooler Master made a tiny PC. It's amazing, I guess. Oh my god, she kind of almost looks like the chick. That means she's exactly the same. Uh-huh. I bet. Apple Vision has a problem? Yeah. It doesn't really, it's not doing what it should, which is integrate with each other and share with each other. Better integration, like they're trying to hand it off to app developers instead. Doing a lot of the work themselves, especially for integration of early apps. Talked a bit about, oh, we got some Overwatch 2 stuff we got to cover too. Alright, let me get my coffee, guys. There's a developer update we have to cover. Alrighty. Well, let's take a look at this and see where that goes, and then we're going to have to take a look at... the Overwatch update. There's also quick play. Oh, before we get into that. Planet Earth 3. Should be on everyone's TV everywhere for eye candy. Best monitor? No. 480 hertz OLEDs are coming out later this year, guys. GamersX has bought my PC and he reviewed it. Asmongold had a collab, huh? Probably paid extra for the collab. He wasn't just buying the PC, he was also buying the collab, so. Well, let's take a look at what Critical Drinker is bitching about today.
You know, it seems like our warnings really do fall on deaf ears. I mean, really, I think everyone
They're only a
sensed
warning
that
if you care
Echo
about
was
them.
going to be a failure long before it finally got excreted onto Disney Plus.
Game's going, we haven't played a game, it's just started,
Episodes
guys.
plopping out
Start
at once like a
just
cheap
started streaming
bar
Marvel.
that suddenly turned out to be so much more. A spin-off from another Disney Plus show that nobody really cared about, handicapped by a protagonist that nobody was particularly interested in, crippled by rumours of massive reshoots and production problems, and hamstrung by what seems to be a massively truncated story with major subplots amputated from the script. It all had the makings of yet another Marvel disaster in a year filled with the things. By all accounts, Marvel themselves even realised they'd made a major mistake with this one and tried everything in their power to cancel the show altogether. And yet, just like that dried-on skid mark on your toilet bowl that you left just a little too long, there was just no getting rid of Echo. Yeah! And at last, here it is.
That'll happen.
Its, glory. Watching this show, I began to wonder whether it might actually be some kind of crazy social experiment, a true test of human endurance to see how many core elements of storytelling you can remove from a show before your audience finally decides they've had enough and walk away. Understandable character arcs, interesting dialogue, cause and effect, setup and payoff, pacing and dramatic tension. None of these things were particularly important to the makers of this show. Instead, what we got was a weak, watered-down, Disney-fied imitation of Daredevil, with all the personality, intelligence, maturity, and most of the violence sucked right out of it, and replaced by all the usual tedious Marvel tropes that we've come to know and hate. The tough, self-reliant girl boss protagonist who can beat up men twice her size and inspires fanatical loyalty in everyone around her, despite being a completely unlikable arsehole who gets innocent people killed. The soft, pudgy, unthreatening male sidekick who's so completely neutered and ridiculous that you genuinely feel sad for the actor playing him.
Yep, young men.
Fight scenes and stunts
I think that's
that make heavy use of
I mean, that's a pretty good nail of the younger demographic nowadays. So I don't think they care.
CGI to create absolutely baffling action sequences.
You mean TED
The
Talks?
use of good characters from much better shows to elevate this piece of shit.
Come on! Kill me! No!
Anyway, before I truly rip into it, allow me to furnish you with a high-level plot summary. So the show picks up after the events of Hawkeye, where Maya Lopez, better known as Echo, has turned her back on her former master Kingpin and returned to her hometown to regroup and heal up. While she's there, she makes contact with her estranged family and learns that Kingpin's operation extends all the way to her doorstep, so naturally she does the logical thing and plants a bomb on one of his arms shipments with no idea where or how it might end up detonating or how many innocent people might get killed in the blasts.
What?
Her carefully submissive uncle points out that Kingpin's men will almost certainly track the shipment back here and come looking for revenge, but she's like, nah, it'll be fine. So then Kingpin's men track the shipment back there and come looking for revenge, and Maya's uncle and sister almost get killed in the process, but she's like, nah, it'll be fine. So then Kingpin himself shows up, because apparently being shot in the head at point blank range by a trained assassin is something you can just get better from.
Oh, come on!
And then he's like, come and work for me again, and you can be the Queen Pin.
Wait, what?
But she's like, nah, it'll be fine. And it never crosses her mind that Kingpin might react badly to her rejection. So then Kingpin reacts badly to her rejection by taking her family hostage at a local powwow, but that's okay because then Maya exerts so much girl boss power that she brings her ancestors back from the dead to inhabit the bodies of her family members, who then proceed to beat up Kingpin's men even though some of them are well into their 70s, and then Maya girl bosses even harder to get into Kingpin's memories and psychically force him to do better. And then everything goes back to normal and the show ends. You know, if I had to sum up the biggest problem with Echo, I'd say that it's a horrendous missed opportunity. I mean, a dark, gritty and violent show about a physically and emotionally damaged Native American assassin with a dark past returning to her hometown and struggling to reconcile with the family that was taken away from her, reconnect to her cultural heritage and atone for the awful things that she's done in her life, ultimately finding the emotional and spiritual strength to redeem herself in time to defend her family and community from dangerous outside forces, is a pretty decent basis for a show like this, and in the hands of the right creative team, it could have been something pretty fucking cool. No world-ending stakes, no ridiculous CGI bullshit, no multiverses or space aliens or magic portals, just grounded, realistic action set in the real world, believable human characters and understandable conflicts. This is absolutely the direction that Marvel TV shows need to go. The problem,
I don't know.
lies
I
in
don't
the
think Disney
execution,
even knows
and the biggest problem
or
of all
cares.
is
I don't. They're
Maya
like too
herself.
big to
Basically, she's
give a shit or
shitty
something. I don't know.
And an even shittier person, someone who happily brings death and destruction on her own family without a word of apology, who killed countless innocent people and never atoned for it, who demands help from people without explanation or gratitude, who makes insanely stupid decisions but never suffers because of it, who's short-sighted, spiteful, juvenile and unbelievably arrogant. So basically every single female character written by Marvel in the past few years then. She's a classic case of a protagonist who's actually a villain, and the only people who don't seem to realise that are the writers of the fucking show. And it's not like the
Scarlet
actress
Witch
helps matters much either. When it comes to casting roles like this,
or,
you usually have to choose between fighters who can't act
WandaVision?
or actors who can't fight.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Alaqua Cox can't seem to do either. She's slow and clumsy in the fight scenes, and it's very obvious the stuntmen are having to do most of the work. And because she can't speak, she really needs to sell the performance with her body language and facial expressions. The problem is, she doesn't seem to have any. She stalks around.
Are they
with the
using
same
Native
bland,
American
hostile
characters?
scowl.
I can't tell if she's Latino or Native American. You know. So, diversity hire? Oh, she is Native American. Okay. There isn't much in the way of picks when it comes to that demographic, by the way, because they're extremely small demographic, and as such, even smaller opportunities available. Yeah. So they, yeah. Let's see. Who's another guy? Chaske Spencer. Diversity hires. Yep. And as it turns out, when you limit yourself to a specific demographic, it limits. He's a bunch of different Native Americans put together. Cheske is. When you limit yourself to a specific demographic, especially because you're looking to check a box, it limits your acting pool, which is why generally actors weren't originally picked based on their ethnicity or just something trying to get in the ballpark, because what their skill set is or how good they're at acting actually kind of matters when you have to do the job. So, yeah. And then on top of this is a highly athletic role, right? Too, because you have to play someone that knows martial arts, and as such, even limits the pool even further if you're picking based on skill sets. Critical Drinker's not saying it because I guess that would make you racist if you point out the fact that they basically did a diversity hire specifically for this role, and that it's going to limit your effective pool of people. Yeah, but very much can tell based on what he's saying. So,
in almost every scene, no matter the
Godzilla
content.
vs.
And
Kong
in the
2?
rare moments
A
when
great
she's
movie.
expected to show a bit more range, there's just nothing there. On the subject of the language though, it's actually pretty cool and unique that they make such heavy use of sign language, and if I'm not mistaken, I think every single scene has a sign language interpreter of some kind, so in theory at least, deaf people could watch this show without subtitles. The problem is that there's no consistent delivery method for it. Some of the actors use purely sign language to communicate, which works fine, but others talk
They're all
along
deaf?
with it. But because they have to slow down for their hand gestures to keep up with what they're saying, their dialogue comes across as weirdly jittery and stilted, and it usually clashes horribly with the tone of the scene. Honestly, if you wanted to get really experimental and commit to
mute.
the idea, you could have shot the entire thing in complete silence to give us Maya's perspective on the world, but whatever.
Oh, she
Now,
is.
Nothing makes me sadder than an agent lost his bladder in the airplane. Wait, what? Nothing makes me sadder than seeing good characters and talented actors sacrificed in order to elevate a shitty production that's absolutely beneath them, but that's exactly what happens with
Alive
Kingpin
again,
in
guys.
this show. In Daredevil,
I didn't even know he
was an
died.
absolute force of nature, a physical powerhouse,
Was.
a ferocious intellect, and a ruthless crime lord, driven by a deep sense of conviction and a single-minded determination to achieve his goal.
Arguably, I'd say that he was actually what made Daredevil interesting. And that was pretty much it. Daredevil as a superhero, not that interesting. The character itself, not that interesting. He was, though.
Goals no matter what, and he was played to perfection by a brilliantly dedicated Vincent D'Onofrio. But just like everything else in this absolute turd of a show, the Kingpin we get here is nothing but a pale imitation of his former self. Weak, gullible, and sentimental, pining like
like
an
men are
abused
supposed to be
puppy for
nowadays,
someone who
especially
clearly
even,
despises him,
especially if they're a
constantly putting
villain.
himself in vulnerable positions that the old Kingpin never would have done, and desperate to win Maya's approval back. Mate, she shot you in the fucking face already. Do you really think she's gonna join up with you now? And I'm not kidding, he's defeated by Maya literally getting inside his head and speaking to him like a misbehaving child so that he can have a good pant-wetting cry and think
He needs a dummy mommy. As it turns out, Kingpin needs a dummy mommy, guys. That is the whole thing. This is the moral of the story, was that Kingpin needed a dummy mommy. He's not putting aside the fact he is literally a crime lord, someone that would never, based on if you watch Daredevil, would never be someone that's very submissive or need a dom. Well, I guess you could be dominant and need a dom, right? So maybe there's that, right? And he's not young.
think about what he did. Fuck off, show. Ultimately, Echo is a show that was probably born from good intentions, that once had the barest bones of an interesting idea, and might have delivered something truly different from the bland,
If it has the characters.
family-friendly Marvel formula, if it had been done right. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and so what we ended up with was just another bland, forgettable Marvel product that nobody's even gonna remember in a few months. I mean, shit, man, I don't intend to remember it after a few more hours.
Oh, you gotta make the review.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now!
With echo and reverb. He paid for that soundboard, he has to get his use out of it. Did we look at that? I swear we watched it. Pretty sure we watched that.
This is a vinyl record.
Yeah, we watched it. Okay. Let's make it sure. I believe that's a play on DeBauer. DeBauer made a 800 watt 7900 XTX, I think, which actually gave it insanely. I don't know why they'd get more traction. It gave it insane, like an insane performance boost. It showed that it was actually being handicapped by its power budget, and a lot of people actually would. Yeah, well, I mean, is it? Have you been around for Marvel? Have you been around for Marvel for like the last 5 years? Basically since Avengers ended. Is that someone on Facebook? No way. I'm trying to find you. Is that actually a Facebook chatter? Holy shit. It's a Facebook chatter. Oh my god. Facebook. There's people that watch Facebook? No way. The rare moon. The eclipse has happened, guys. The eclipse has happened. But yeah, it does. Marvel, I mean, at this point, it's kind of weird. Disney is literally the epitome of too big to fail at this point. There are so many different... There's so many different things they've done over the last 5 years. Basically, Avengers Endgame was actually, weirdly enough, kind of the end of superhero movies for the most part. There's like a weird, maybe in-between. I haven't even watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which is supposed to be alright. Where there's some stuff that might be watchable. For the most part, they're basically dead. And DC is fast to follow with the two. I streamed a lot of platforms, so... I'm streaming... Well, I did stop on streaming on Twitch for about... 8 months, was it? When did I start again? In December, I think. I stopped streaming... Yeah, it was like about 8 months, 9 months. I stopped streaming on Twitch because they didn't allow multi-platform streaming. But they changed that in August, and then I had to figure out a way of making it work so that Twitch could be in a walled garden without chat. Basically, every other one of my streams has an integrated chat, but Twitch does not, because Twitch doesn't allow integrated chat. So, I needed to figure out a way to work around that, and I could have sooner, I just didn't give it enough thought, and I should have. So, Twitch is in a walled garden right now, and as such, and I started streaming to Twitch once again, too. So, only Twitch doesn't get to see everything else. Ah, that sounds familiar. Your account got banned. What did you do to get your account banned? But I stream on Kick, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch now. So, I'm on 4 different platforms. I would stream to more if there was other feasible options. I thought about like Trovo. And other than that, there really isn't anything else out there that's even worth it. If Mixer was still around, I would. Twitter, I would too. But Twitter is not a cesspool, but it is a disorganized mess when you try to stream to it. And basically, it's only for your followers. You don't really get traction on Twitter. There's no directory for streamers on Twitter. It's just whatever people are following you get notifications, and that's it. So, but otherwise, yeah, there's lots of platforms you can watch on. There's very rarely people watch me on Facebook, but I do exist on Facebook because I can. Even the Overwatch 2 directory doesn't even work anymore on Facebook. Facebook gaming directory. Let's see. Go here. We go browse. Live streams. Games. And I think the Overwatch 2 directory doesn't even have anyone in it anymore. It's like next to impossible to find. It seemed like I had a Facebook Twitch account. Like I had a Twitch account. Okay. I thought you... Okay. Whatever. I'm not going to judge. Yeah, like the Overwatch directory, even when I stream to it, has like no one in it. I think it's because I'm too small to activate the directory, and as such, it just doesn't. It doesn't have. Yeah. Facebook does not do a very good job allowing to see. That's better than YouTube, though. YouTube will randomly just remove you from directories. I'm no longer in the YouTube directory for Overwatch 2, for instance. Or any of the directories, which ruins my visibility. Discovery. There we go. Rumble? Dude, have you seen Rumble? There's no directory on Rumble. Rumble's like where you go if you're... It's like almost like Twitch. Or excuse me, Twitter. Oh. Did it hit enter? Yes, it did. We've talked about Rumble. Why would I ever stream to Rumble? So you go to Rumble, and it's just a shit show. It's like YouTube, only much smaller than YouTube, right? And we're, okay, you want to find games, so we go gaming, and there's no directory, by the way. So you're like, okay, I guess I'm looking at game streaming. There is literally... There's literally like 100 people watching, maybe 200 people watching Rumble gaming, so... Across the entire gaming site, or across the entire website, there's 200 people. Yeah, you have to dig for the directories too. Browse? Like, it's not difficult, by the way, guys. It's not difficult to copy paste the Twitch format, right? It's not that hard. But for some strange reason, people are websites are absolutely failing at doing it. And like YouTube just being a random shit show of maybe you're in the directory, maybe you're not, is not helping things. That does not help their case. Facebook Gaming, I'm pretty sure, has like one person that does stuff on it, and they don't care. Maybe, okay, maybe there's more than that. I don't know why the main page only shows small streams, but... Okay, there's more people on Rumble than that. Conspiracies. Hey, we could do Rumble. Facebook has less people on it, so there's that. Look at this. I was thinking Trovo. I mean, I could literally stream to all the services if I want. I have a massive upload. It's huge, guys. That's what she said. There's Trovo. I don't want to click on that. Video playing somewhere. Let's see. Ready just to pick gaming? World of Tanks in Russian? There are a handful of people that actually... let's see. There's a way to pick language somewhere. That actually stream to Trovo that are English speaking. I don't know if you are the only account I follow on here on Twitch, or if you are the only one online. I mean... Check. I mean, you could check what channels you follow. They'd be on the left side, right? But there's Trovo. Anyways, Rumble, much more difficult apparently to find what you're looking for. I didn't even know. So, on Rumble. I think they changed their layout. I don't remember it being like this. This is definitely, like, this is like almost like Twitch-like now. Which is good, because they needed that. Actually show you how many people are in the directory. Oh, yeah, apparently the command's broken. Oh, you're on the app. I don't know. Why are you asking me about the website I stream to? Why would you do that? Before I accidentally find someone that's streaming nudity. Republican politics, not just politics, Republican politics. I see. Duck eggs hatching. Oh yeah? I mean, I guess you can stream anything. Pumping Iron, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Lou Ferrigno. Uh-huh. Ah, get real news and honest views. I see. Well, as long as they say it. Patriot-controlled news. What the fuck is this? InfoWars Network. Newsmax. Oh, we have all the good stuff here, guys. What's the top game stream right now? Doesn't even show the game that people are the directory they're in right now. Oh. No, it's just boobies, guys. There's no nipples. Probably seen worse in... Oh, there's Call of Duty. With 13 viewers. Oh, no, there's Destiny 2 with 17. There you go, guys. Yeah. Losing to sleeping and sports betting. There's Destiny 2. Yeah, so maybe not streaming to Rumble. Maybe not streaming to Rumble, guys. Because even though this entire site's in Russian, there's at least people watching games, so yeah. Under boobs. Real hip-hop? Yeah, so this, once again, this is why I wasn't streaming to Rumble. So there is stuff here that is games. It's just extremely rare. And as such, obviously, people that come here for games are extremely rare. So there's just a category called gaming. Up Smite with 26 people. It is so bad. It is so bad that people are not even going to their own directories where the game is. They're instead grouping under a directory called gaming. It is so bad on Rumble. They're all just grouping together into gaming directory. Uh-huh. But yeah, not I don't think we're gonna do Rumble. At least with Russian website here. There is people watching gaming, so yeah, World of Tanks, guys, in Russian. Apparently Russians really like World of Tanks. I thought about being a World of Tanks streamer at one point. I actually played World of Tanks for like a week, and then I was like, holy shit, this sucks, and I quit. Actually, like, this is the game apparently that's popping off in Russia, guys, is World of Tanks, so yeah. Yeah. World of Tanks still exists on Twitch, too. People actually play it. PUBG Mobile, I am not doing PUBG, let alone mobile PUBG. God. Free Fire is like a ripoff of Counter-Strike, if I remember right. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, this is the Superpower Fortnite. No, we're good. I think we're good for now. A Russian legend. Yeah, I'll be the one English guy on the website that all the Russians go to hate on, and in Russian. And then I say speak English, and they're like, it's a Russian website. Yeah. Okay. We got to cover the patch notes here, guys. I was looking for another video. We don't have time for that. Let's see. Let's see. Charles here to talk to us. Oh, there's also a UAP thing. There's also a UAP thing that's happening right now.
Google Cloud text.
Where they're expressing disinterest. I read an article on that. Congress, UAP, frontaled. Tools, anytime last week. Disney Plus exclusives are coming to the big screen. That's not what I'm looking for. There you go. So, we also have some UAP stuff we got to cover here. Yeah, and apparently they got jack shit, which is weird because there's a lot of stuff that was talked about over the years, over 2 years now of UAPs. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We got to talk about Overwatch part of this. But over the 2 years, that since Arrow was formed, which is Anonymous Aerospace Resolution Office, I think it is, or something like that, which is a government entity that actually investigates basically unidentified aerial phenomena, which otherwise are known as UFOs. Despite that, and despite them basically finding stuff, there's been very little handshakes going back and forth between the government and Congress right now, dissemination of information. We'll get to this in a second, though. I'm getting ahead of myself. I get excited about aliens, guys, as you should if you're a geek, by the way. And shame on you if you don't. Okay. So we got to cover basically the direction for Overwatch 2, the Overwatch direction. They're also doing a quick play event this weekend, which is they're making the game modes faster, which the game, once again, should not be faster. It should actually be slower and with more people. We've talked about this before. So quick play desperately needs, not quick play itself needs to be replaced, but it desperately needs a makeover. And they should have definitely made the game more like Fortnite. Why am I saying Fortnite? Team Fortress 2. Like Team Fortress 2. So bigger teams, longer modes or longer games, and not like Team Fortress 2, like I think the base game mode's like an 8v8 or something, but more like the bigger servers where people just bullshit around, they just do jack shit and they just wander around the map and die. So you're talking about people being able to pick multiple same heroes, but more people, and obviously there should still be a TDS, so tank damage support ratio in the game. Not total dissolve solvents, but tank damage support in the game, and obviously they can pick whatever ratio they want, but there should be more players. And the reason for that is because more players means there's less stress on each individual person. So each objective takes longer to happen. Matches can be longer. They don't need to finish, by the way. You don't need to be there for the entire match. And you could target maybe even like 40-minute matches, 45-minute matches. So roughly 3 times the length of current matches right now, maybe 4 times the length of current matches. But once again, people don't need to finish. Rather, it's just something where they can join it and fuck around and enjoy themselves, right? So something where you might not finish a match, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Not really. And will you enjoy yourself? Sure. You know, you can just fuck around. And in the case of Team Fortress 2, you have a lot of people that just, you know, like just don't do anything, right? They're just randos on the map somewhere that die over and over again. And it really doesn't matter because there's like 20 people in the match on each team, or 12, depending on the size of the server you're picking. Custom servers are pretty big. But it takes a lot less stress off each individual player. Instead, they're going the opposite direction, which is they're speeding things up. And I guarantee you this is not going to be fun. I haven't played any games tonight, but I'm sure it's not going to be fun because games right now are literally like 10 to 15 minutes. And can you imagine a game that's like 5 minutes long? Why the fuck would you even want to play that? I don't really know. We'll see how long they take, but yeah, some matches can even be like 8 minutes long. So the whole idea of speeding up matches, which is, we barely covered this, which is this right here. The whole idea of speeding up matches is insane. It is absolutely ludicrous. Yeah, they made everything much faster. Maybe they're like 5-minute matches. It's literally going to be pointless, almost pointless to play. So we'll see how this goes. It's only for this weekend. I guarantee you the feedback's not going to be pretty. I don't even need to play it to understand that. So for you to enjoy something, you actually have to get into the mood of the game itself, right? Like you have to be in there long enough to actually enjoy it. If the games are so fast, it feels like you aren't doing anything. And as such, why would you even do it in the first place, right? In the case of Team Fortress 2 length matches with custom servers where they're like, 12v12s or whatever, and it doesn't need to be 12v12 in Overwatch 2, by the way. They could do 10v10s or 8v8s or something a lot larger than we have right now, right? In the case of Overwatch 2, you know, you can put more people on there, and it's actually just going to be, you know, you'll fuck around and do whatever, and just enjoy it. Yeah, I mean, there's idle servers for TF2, so you might be thinking of something else, but I'm pretty sure they still exist. I haven't played TF2 in forever, but idle servers were 100% a thing. Where you just sit there and wait for hats, sure. I think, unrelated to hat farming, by the way. What we're talking about is the actual gameplay, unrelated to hat farming. Anyways. Let's take a look at this. I need to engage my brain. I'm operating on almost no sleep if you guys can't tell right now. Let's take a peek.
Hello everyone, and happy 2024. We're at the start of the new year. I thought it would be a great idea to talk about our view of 2024. This director's take will be one part of a series where we frame up the year according to a set of values we're using to develop the game. These values translate into goals and
you're just going to tell us what's on the roadmap?
There's a lot of different things coming up this year
describing
that
a
I want to
roadmap.
share, so think of this as the first in a series of topics to cover.
Yeah?
One of the biggest values of the team is to improve Overwatch's individual and team-focused gameplay to meet the needs of our core audience. When I look at the future of Overwatch, a year or two out, I don't see the exact same game that we're playing now, but with a few more heroes and maps added to it. The game should always
being written by first person. Who's writing it? I mean, obviously this is probably Aaron Keller, but it doesn't actually have his name anywhere. It says Blizzard Entertainment up here. Developer's take. There's or director's take. They have more than one director, don't they? They have a lead director. Oh, maybe they only have one director.
always evolve with new systems and features that serve our players. Some of these features could live just outside of a match, such as a map voting system. Some of these could be larger systems that define the way players interact with the game, such as our competitive system. And some of these changes could be within a match itself.
Map voting, by the way, is pointless, and it just leads to a bunch of people voting for the same map over and over and over again. There's ways you can manipulate it, by the way, by putting multipliers on there. We talked about that when I was playing BattleBit, back in the day, because you get people that start voting for the same maps. The game was still new, but it was already starting to hone in on a couple maps where they'd only vote for the same fucking maps over and over again. Adding a multiplier would encourage people to vote for different things, or you could even add a currency system. You could make it fun. But that being said, I don't really mind the current system. I think this, like, the whole idea that people are just going to play, popular game modes. They can go play custom games and play Dust 24/7 if that's what they really want. That's not really something I'm super interested in. Map voting systems. So these are the larger systems that define the way players interact with the game, such as competitive systems, so MMR. And some of these are matchmaking. And some of these changes could be within the match itself, modifications of moment-to-moment gameplay, mutators, as they used to be called, or like mini-mods, depending on what game you're playing. Mutators are from Unreal Engine. Last part is what we'd like to talk about today.
One of the biggest values of the team is to improve Overwatch's individual and team-focused gameplay to meet the needs of our core competitive system, and some of these changes could be within a match itself, modifications to the moment-to-moment gameplay. This last part is what I'd like to talk about today.
Maybe I need another coffee.
Director's takes will look at the other parts of the game that I mentioned, such as our competitive system, hero balance, and economy. I'd also like to take some time to talk about future events and limited time game modes, as well as larger systems that have the possibility of coming to the game.
Limited time game modes are fucking dumb. Arcade game modes are dumb. Anything where you can't play it for an extended period of time is stupid. They're fun and everything, like PvE was fun, where everyone played it for 2 days and then they're done with it. Such a great use of your development time, Blizzard. Great use of your development time, spending 2.5 years to make three episodes? I don't even remember, of which everyone played it and they're done with it in the first week and there's zero replayability, because you're trying to copy Man vs. Machine, but could even nail down the basics of Man vs. Machine and blew all your load all over the whole idea of story mode, in which you blow basically your entire budget on telling a short little story that basically has no replayability in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. Yeah. Short game modes, guys. What do you call them? Limited time game modes are dumb. And like arcade, I think the last game mode I played in arcade was Lucio Ball. And that was alright for a little bit, because it actually has kind of like things it does, but then other than that, it's not fun. The very fact that this game has what is it called? Open roll queue? You know, the non-roll queue? It has open roll queue that's available, and it has a ladder, shows what a sorry state the developer, like, creativity is in. That's like barely a custom game mode. Because the reason for that, it used to be something you could do, right? It used to be something you could do. Overwatch 2 made it so tanks are super OP, and they tried to balance it a little bit by like tweaking the tank, HP pools and such a little bit. Yeah, it did not. That's not. You're like applying a band-aid to a snowstorm. That's not gonna fucking fix anything. Yeah. I don't know. Limited time game modes, though, are dumb, and then the one game mode they have that's kind of like something that we're supposed to play is also dumb. And there's also, by the way, ranked mystery heroes, because I guess you can add rank to anything, right? You could rank the Lucio ball would be more interesting than ranked mystery heroes, but apparently ranked mystery heroes was a thing for a while. I don't know, is it still a thing? I don't even know if you can play it. I play a shitload of Overwatch and I never touch it because it's bad. Like, why would you fucking ever do that? It's terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Anyways, limited time game modes, no. No. PvE missions, sure. If you have an entirely different company, tackle it and tack it onto the game. Or make an entirely different game, sure. Using your assets and your IP, sure. Dedicating your game, dedicating your development team that you spent, years working alongside, dedicating your development team to go and do so. Oh, by the way, I can make highlights easily again because I'm streaming on Twitch. It's kind of sad that I'm streaming to YouTube, the platform where I upload all my videos, and it's easier making highlights and exporting them off Twitch than it is making them directly on YouTube because of the way the highlight system is set up on YouTube. In which you can only highlight stuff that's up to 2 hours long with the highlight, I think. Yeah, and then once your video is longer than 4 or 5 hours, if it's longer than 5 hours, you can't edit it at all with the highlighter. Yeah. Like, who would ever do that, right? Who would actually sit here and want to edit out of their 8-hour, live stream, would want to edit out 2 hours and just make it into a video? No one would ever want to do that, right? Yeah, just, like, Google's a massive company, guys, with a lot of people that are smart, and they're just too big to give a shit about some things, apparently. But, live streaming, I don't think they care about it at all anyways. But, different topic matter. Anyways, short-term game modes, guys, waste of fucking resources unless, like, it's like a, it's like kind of like a thing that maybe like 2 people are working on, and they're like, when the major stuff is done, sure, yeah. Limited time game modes, no. Mutators, on the other hand, could be fun. Limited time game modes, no. And you could even turn the mutators into their own game mode. That would actually be kind of cool, where it has a random modifier effect, and then you have to play around it. That you could actually, so if we were actually taking this and playing around with it a little bit, roll queue, if it had mutators involved in it, would actually make it kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Because they're an open queue, not roll queue. Open queue would be kind of interesting if it had mutators applied to it, because it would add differences to the meta that shape and change things. But, like, obviously the quick play itself, or just the base game mode and comp, definitely shouldn't be changed, because they're supposed to be seen as like something kind of esportish, right? But you could totally take roll queue, or open queue, I keep calling it roll queue, take open queue and massage it a little bit into something that's more than the shit show it currently is. Yeah, sure. Mutators are a good idea. I mean, mutators have been around for decades at this point. What did he call them? Modifications to the moment-to-moment gameplay. Like mutators. Mutators, guys. They don't want to call them mutators, because then it seems like they're copying someone. Blizzard doesn't copy anyone. They do it uniquely themselves. It's like written into the core ideology of their company. It's like World of Warcraft takes 5 years to add something that's a mod. Something that's an add-on to their game. It takes them 5 years to add it, and then they have to tweak it slightly to make it their own thing. And sometimes there's some things that are so simple that they can't tweak it, and as such, they just make an inferior system, because obviously they have to do their own thing anyways, right? Anyways, let's see what Aaron Keller, let's see what Aaron Keller is talking about here. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Maybe he has something bigger to go on here. Limited time game modes, wasted time. Arcade is limited time game modes.
So, let's get into Overwatch gameplay.
You probably could even see the amount of people that play fucking arcade as opposed to quick play game mode, and I bet, guys, just like Heroes of the Storm, I bet quick play absolutely dwarfs competitive in the amount of people that play it. Absolutely dwarfs it. It's probably maybe 4 or 5 times as many people are playing quick play as comp, Just if I had to pull a random number, like right out of my asshole, I'd probably say 4 or 5 times as many people play quick play in Overwatch.
Starting with the obvious,
Based on queue
Overwatch
times
is a
and what I've seen,
team-based,
so.
hero-based, multiplayer competitive shooter. Heroes, maps and game modes are all designed to require...
What? I swear to God. So I tweeted at Aaron Keller earlier this year. I stopped going on Twitter as kind of a day-to-day thing because it was consuming too much of my time. I did enjoy some of the frisky conversations, fiery, burning conversations I had on there. Some very objectionable and some controversial conversations I had on there with a lot of people that seem to know what they're talking about. But that's what actually makes it fun, because it's just kind of, it is where you can go and literally have a hands-off conversation where you generally don't need to worry about people just moderating you constantly. Pretty much everything's a fucking nanny state now. You can't argue in Overwatch, which is why you don't even talk to people. You can't argue in Overwatch. You can't argue in World of Warcraft. Discord servers are heavily moderated, and forums are heavily moderated for the most part, because you got your own little clans or hierarchy of moderators that just sit there and give each other hand jobs and try to, they have so much power, they gotta do something with it, right? Yeah. Twitter's like one of these few places, I'm not talking about like being just like really scummy, but Twitter's one of these few places where you can go there and have a controversial view, which everyone hates now because everyone wants to see everything they want to see normally on their timeline, right? Who wants to see stuff that's controversial? Everyone wants to live in their own echo chamber, right? And obviously that's bad for society. But Twitter's like one of these few places you can go and actually see multiple sides of an argument. Yeah. Which is important. It actually turns out it's actually really important to have multiple sides to an argument. Not just your side, whichever side it is. Not just your side. But multiple sides are important to an argument or a topic matter. Not just what you think is right, and then you want to see a bunch of people that also think what you think is right, because you're living in a tailored, curated feed that is literally just surrounded by people that you like, which means that all your content is going to be stuff that you like, and all of a sudden you think you are this divine entity in which no one else is objecting to it, because obviously your timeline is just filled with stuff that you want to see. No one's objecting to it, but at the same time you're like, oh yeah, and then occasionally you'll see this one guy, this one post that says something different than your timeline. You're like, that's not upvoted. What is this guy doing? He's a horrible person. He's a horrible fucking person. But you don't actually realize that because your timeline's tailored, you are like a small subsection of a much bigger population, right? An absolutely small section of a much bigger population. And people don't, like the hive mind can't think properly when it's all segmented off from itself. So at the very least, the hive mind can now like argue with itself, right? And that's actually important. Where the hive mind AI that people are now becoming, which is Twitter, can argue with itself. And prior to Elon Musk taking over, prior to people, thinking the world's ending because he took over, right? Yeah, and doing everything to discredit him, it was literally an echo chamber. It's prior to him taking over, I never visited that website, like ever. I just posted my going live and occasionally a tweet. That was it. It wasn't until he took over and my timeline was filled with a bunch of opinions that don't always agree with each other, and the fact that you can also find other people that will agree with you in an echo chamber meant that it changed. Good morning, Smokey, by the way. It changed the whole thing. And yeah, I wouldn't say he saved the world, but Elon Musk, billionaires, guys, are black holes. They absorb wealth and they give almost nothing back. And a lot of people need to see them that way. They are a pox on society. And I'm not saying that like rich people can't be rich. You can be a millionaire and be rich as far as most people are concerned, but billionaires they just like suck it all up, and they hold on to this wealth and they put it into their projects that you'll never see while the rest of society starves, right? That's the way it goes. And you can think whatever you want, and I'm not saying you can't be rich anymore, but billionaires are beyond rich. But as far as billionaires go, there's only a couple billionaires. We're way off topic, by the way. There's only a couple billionaires that are actually interesting or do things that are interesting. And Musk is basically really the only one. Because, let's see, Starlink, SpaceX, and Tesla. Yeah, it doesn't even matter that he has like the boring company that's like, bankrupt or whatever. What literally matters is the fact he's making spaceflight accessible and cheap to companies that need it to get to space in the first place. Putting aside he's he's literally going to Mars. I'm pretty sure he's actually just going to Mars. And we haven't seen anything capable of the Saturn V up until spaceship. And in terms of lifting capacity, Saturn V's, guys, people don't realize this. If you live in the U.S., we're segueing off of segueing into a sidebar here, guys. But if you've ever been to the Kennedy Space Center and you've seen the Saturn V sitting out there, it's literally a fucking skyscraper. Like, you don't really... It's not literally a skyscraper. It's figuratively literally a skyscraper. It's like, what? It's how many stories? Like 40 stories tall. It's insanely huge. It lifted a space station to space. Like, and like most people can't even comprehend this. So while we did have like little rockets sending stuff up and, you know, using the Soyuz from Russia, which is their Saturn V that they never decommissioned because it turns out they still needed it, unlike ours, which we decommissioned and then commissioned the shuttles and then decommissioned those because they're really expensive, and then replaced it with a new Saturn V, which is the SLS, which is much worse than the Saturn V. Yeah. Putting that aside, you know, it's like he's actually making things accessible, which is, you know, we have spaceship, right? And that's capable of moving things to space very cheaply compared to rockets. Now, even compared to the Dragon rocket, like even compared to what like SpaceX is currently using. Then you have Starlink, which means you can get internet any fucking where in the world. Yeah, if you're living the boonies outside of cities, this is a big deal. Like, I know I've had friends that have family that live in, like, you know, because I'm in Wisconsin, right? And they're just farmers. It's just like rural, that's a really hard word to say. Rural areas, good morning, Edwin. Rural areas in which there's just nothing there. It's just farmland. And they have no options. They're like fucking using maybe DSL if they're lucky, but dial-up and maybe cell phone service. Yeah. Getting internet fucking anywhere. You can be in the Antarctic internet. And Tesla, which just completely revolutionized basically electric vehicles, we would not have the options of electric vehicles we do now if Tesla wasn't a success story. You can go, oh, think of all these other vehicles and name XYZ in terms of electric vehicles that are now out there. The reason they're out there now is because Tesla exists and showed that they could actually, people want to buy them and that they're willing to pay a lot of money to do so. Well, relatively a lot of money to do so. And then Tesla could actually make a shitload of money itself. Tesla stock went up like 1,000%. It's something absurd because their company became very successful. So you can say whatever you want about Tesla or about Elon Musk. You hate him. You hate X. Oh my God, he bought X and it's worth less now. Oh my God, that's so horrible. But at the end of the day, he's doing a lot better for humanity than things that other billionaires are doing, which is basically nothing. They're sitting on their Dragon hoard and guarding it with their lawyers. So, not saving the world, but there's a lot worse things or just nothing that billionaires could do. So, I don't know. How do we even get on this? How do we even start talking about Elon Musk? Oh, X, because there's controversial views now on Twitter. There's controversial views now on Twitter, and people hate that because they love licking. They love living in their echo chambers. Yeah. There's actually, you can go there now and have conversations that are outside the norm. And people, by the way, we've gotten to the point where we're dialing that back, but people gotten to the point where they're always accustomed to winning, living in their echo chamber. People can't tolerate other ideologies anymore. They can only tolerate their own, which is why Congress is getting further and further apart in terms of things they're agreeing on. Everything's becoming, it's Republican and Democrats are becoming further and further apart where they can't agree on things in between because they're catering and pandering to the demographics that they're serving, which are people that are super idealistic and they don't want to compromise on anything. Yeah. What about orbits? You mean Antarctic doesn't actually get coverage? Really? Are you going to make me Google this? We aren't even talking about this. Are you going to make me Google this? I'm going to Google this, Smokey. I can check. I have the internet. I can literally check. Does Starlink have coverage in Antarctica? 2023. 2024. It does. I'm sorry. You're wrong. In January 2023, they now have access in Antarctica because of the laser editions. I'm sorry, Smokey. I Googled it. I Googled it, man. Yep, that's the way. It was true at one point, but it no longer is true. Your news is outdated. I'm sorry. Anyways. Ford's the top American electric car company because they made 20 electric cars. I mean, there's some that sell more, and there's like the Prius. There's electric cars that predated Teslas for sure, right? But it doesn't really matter because they didn't really take off. So you can have an oddity. Hydrogen cars have existed for a while, and they're nowhere. And then there's also the Tesla network, right? Which apparently Tesla is now opening it up to third parties where they're licensing it out, which is actually insane. That's actually really, really cool. And I because they're basically becoming a gas station, right? So electric vehicles have reached the point where it's not Tesla only, and Tesla realized this, and now they're actually like, hey, how can we make more money? And as it turns out, they can charge for using their which, by the way, other companies are trying to flush out into is charging stations. But now they just open up their network, and all of a sudden they make even more money off cars they can't make money off of anyways because someone bought them, right? Makes a lot of sense, but yeah. Anyways, we were actually talking about Overwatch, this other thing where Aaron Keller is actively ruining Overwatch, but let's take a look here. So, this is where it came from, the first line here. So let's get into Overwatch gameplay. Starting with the obvious, Overwatch is a team-based, hero-based, multiplayer competitive shooter. I literally said this on Twitter, guys. Let me pull up this tweet. I tweeted at Aaron 9 months ago, almost verbatim what he just said here. Let's go and take a look here. I want to dig out my direct quote, and I now know how to use the Twitter search functionality. So we go here. I also love Twitter because it puts it in stone when you say it. Solidifies it in stone. June. Sure. I gotta do that. I told you so, guys. People care. People care. Maybe I tweeted at him. What is this handle? Overwatch, Twitter, Aaron Keller. Aaron. See. From these accounts and to these accounts, Aaron. Keller. Unfortunately, I can't show you, like, I can only show you guys exact posts unless I sign in on my main PC, which I don't want to do. One moment, please. Very important. Well, there's this one. We can just do this one. I'm pretty sure I did this earlier, but I can't find the keywords for it. Oh, I don't want to close that. We have to cover Congress UAPs here in a second, too. Oh, jeez. Jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. So this is a single post reply. As to be expected, something about the dev... This is back in June. Or August, excuse me. I have some from June. As to be expected, something about the dev team wasting time on a telltale hack job in a highly competitive esports shooter when people just want better PvP. People are quite sour about the 4 years of development that just turned to push and 3 new heroes, which was in response to the negative reviews on Steam. There we go. Yeah, and by the way, I was corrected on Twitter where people mentioned that Twitter community notes existed prior to Elon Musk taking over. They were in beta apparently since 2019. Do you know how many times I saw community notes on Twitter prior to Elon Musk taking over, guys? Do you have any idea how many times I saw community notes on Twitter prior to Elon Musk taking over? 0 times. I have never saw a single fucking community note prior to Elon Musk taking over. Once again, because if you live in this nice little bubble, of echo chamber, you know, you're just sitting in your lukewarm bathwater, not really happy but not really hating things, looking at your cat videos in between your politically charged posts that all just say the same things that you want to hear. You're living in it. Yeah, imagine if your politically charged ideological posts got community noted. Oh my god, I am looking at fucking kitties sitting in my bathwater, just taking a nice soak here, and then all of a sudden someone community notes something I don't like, or something I like. What's going on here? You can't do that. Yeah. And which is why you never saw community notes, because they actively actually distract you from stuff that just keeps you on the website. Which is why community notes exist, because they're actually supposed to add context, which I try to add to conversations, but it's a way of crowdsourcing it. You saw them all over your timeline. So prior to, August in 2022, you saw community notes everywhere? I never saw them. I never saw them, Smokey. But I guess I was told that they existed, that the system existed, but when you argue with people on Twitter, guys, if you're wrong, you'll get a lot of people that say you're wrong. And you can kind of judge, within reason, you can kind of judge based on what's being said and what's being talked about of, just trust, bro, and not a lot of people are backing them up, unless they really hate you. If you're in a really politically charged area, so let's say you go into someone's echo chamber, and the amount of people that are very, like in an extreme edge case, whatever area you're in, the amount of people that are going to say you're wrong is absolutely mind-boggling, right? But it depends on where you are in Twitter and what echo chamber you're in is going to determine how things are different. When did Elon Musk buy Twitter? It was 2022, wasn't it? No, so the talks were in, he was doing stuff in August 2021 and bought it in 2022. And it's finally concluded in October 2022. So it could be. I didn't see him, at all. I never fucking saw them. Anyways. Let's move on. But the whole point being is, community notes are now fucking all over the place on Twitter, where they were not prior to Elon Musk taking over. Maybe they were for COVID because they had to paste them all over the misinformation, I guess. There's a lot of interesting ideas on what was happening with COVID, mainly because it became very politicized, and as such, I could see that. I could definitely see that being a thing, but I didn't see that. But yeah, it's all over fucking Twitter now. They're fucking everywhere. And that's the whole reason I mentioned that. He basically ushered that, and he even mentioned that he's going to make them first and foremost, or put them forward, because the website drastically needed it. And once again, if you live in your echo chamber, you don't want to see that shit, right? Which is why they weren't really prevalent prior to Musk taking over. Yeah. Let's see. So, anyways, almost verbatim copy of... I mentioned a couple different times. I don't think I can show you the search history, but my username and then esports shooter brings up like 7 results. Yeah, and then prior to it, I tweeted at Keller in May last year about basically what was going on in the game. It was in response to, I think, a Kotaku post, though. So there's like a Kotaku post where I posted the main thing, and then I actually tweeted at him because the Kotaku post was just a repost of Twitter, of his tweet. Anyways. But this is basically, literally pointed out that when you make a PvE experience for a PvP video game, yeah, you're kind of missing the whole point of the audience, you know? Like, is like you a bot or something? Because this is exactly what I was saying and ridiculing him for back in June. Well, May to June. Last year. So stating the obvious, well, apparently we need to state the obvious, guys.
So, let's get into Overwatch gameplay. Starting with the obvious,
by the way.
Overwatch is a team-based, hero-based, multiplayer competitive shooter. Heroes, maps and game modes are all designed to require teams to work together in order to successfully win a match. When a team works together, each player using their hero to their fullest potential while relying on each other to execute a strategy, the game feels magical. There's really no other FPS like it. However, when this isn't happening and players are all working on their own, the game is far from magical and can become frustrating. The reliance on teammates can simultaneously be one of the best and worst attributes of our game.
Why does it feel like he's just observing something? Why does it feel like that's literally just an observation of the game? Like, there wasn't actually like a direction. He's just stating what the game is, like, just to himself. It almost feels like he's trying to convince himself that that's what it is. Very weird.
We want to improve this. We want to improve this by looking at the game through the lens of teamwork, and make it easier for players to be part of the team while also lessening some of the pain when it's not happening.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of our goals for improving the core game stem from looking at Overwatch as a whole, improving the parts of the game that are working and finding fixes for the parts that negatively affect the experience.
I mean, it is a highly competitive team-based shooter, so yeah. Highly competitive esports team-based shooter. I'm not sure where this is going, guys. Ping system, sure. That's nothing to do with not wanting to work together with your teammates. That's not wanting to use voice comms.
We've already implemented some features to align with this. The ping system and the newer spawn together system both encourage team play. For those who don't know, the spawn together system adjusts individual players' respawn times so they respawn with teammates more often. This system will...
Honestly, people should have... That should be a skill set that people possess, by the way. And I did notice that. I thought he was talking about moving the spawn around. I have noticed that. But you as a player should be competent enough to know when you are out of sync with your team and wait. That's actually a thing. And just like in MOBAs, where you're out of sync with your team, you should be... Like, you shouldn't get a handheld through that. That should be your personal responsibility. The game can do a lot of things for you, but just having you spawn early doesn't mean that... It's by the way, that's to stop trickling. That is 100% to stop trickling, where you have low-level players that literally just keep running back in and over and over and over again. That's where it's important to use voice comms and say, hold position, or use the ping where it's like defend or group up. I used to use group up all the fucking time. I don't need to do it so much anymore because we got coddling. But once again, yeah. I really think that's something the team should do, because I'd say it's a skill, right? That's something you learn over time, and something you should be capable of doing as an individual, is seeing when you are feeding and when you should actually or you're just trickling in and dying, and when you should actually just wait for the rest of your team to regroup.
We've already implemented some features to align with this. The ping system and the newer spawn together system both encourage team play. For those who don't know, the spawn together system adjusts individual players' respawn times so they respawn with teammates more often. This system will get a tuning pass in Season 9 to make the effect more prominent. But we're talking about...
Oh, please! Come on, Blizzard! What the fuck? It's already pretty spot on unless you're really out of sync.
other features that will make it easier for players to work together as a team. Party frames is one of these. These are the on-screen player health indicators that we use for our PvE events.
Arena frames, so arena health bars. So if you play an MMO, for instance, if you play an MMO, it gives you little status things on the side of your screen. I mean, this is something people have talked about for years, but I've always considered it to be part of the game and basically game knowledge, where you actually figure out where people are. And the whole audio cues things they added after Overwatch 2 launch, in addition to being able to look at the scoreboard and see when people are dead, it's kind of already built into the game. I mean, to be fair, it would help, but you have to pick and choose what you're giving to people and why you're giving it to them, right? So they chose not to add that. Can you add that? Sure. Yeah.
We've already implemented some
yeah,
features to align
Good.
with this. The ping system and the newer spawn together system both encourage team play. For Party frames is one of these. These are the on-screen player health indicators that we use for our PvE events. Other possible features such as backfill improvements, changes to our scoreboard, and ways to mitigate spawn
I
count
literally
also
talked
align
about them
with this.
redoing the scoreboard,
To
guys,
show
months
the
ago.
extent of our discussions, even an ally-only mini-map feature was discussed. Some of these systems are under discussion and some are in development. I don't think a mini-map has a high likelihood of shipping, but I do
Oh, you
think
do?
that party
Oh, really?
frames are likely.
Why does it literally sound like I'm like we are reading something from someone that's in high school? I don't really understand this, but it seems like he doesn't have a firm direction of where he's going with things, and he's just suggesting, like, he's kind of spitballing and hoping for the best here. What is this? Why does this read so fucking weird? I'm not talking about the audio reader, by the way. It starts out with him just literally trying to set up what the game is to himself, to tell himself what it is, so then he can try and figure out what it's like. Maybe Adderall? I don't really get it. Something really weird. Something's really weird here. By the way, party frames, I haven't suggested this, but people have over the years. I've probably talked about it at one point. This isn't anything new. This is from MMOs. This is an MMO game mechanic. Changes the scoreboard, I have definitely suggested many times, because there's a couple things that are on there that shouldn't be on there, like deaths. Oh, but deaths have so much meaning. No, what matters is what you do when you're alive. It doesn't matter how many times you die. It matters what you're doing while you're alive, which includes things like damage mitigation, which should include the total damage you've received, not just armor mitigation. The mitigation stat is not what you'd see in an MMO. That doesn't mean anything. Total damage received should be a number. Healing received should be a number. What's the other one? There's another big one. I used to talk about these all the time. But healing received matters because you can then see when someone's not getting healed when they really should be getting healed, and you can kind of pay attention to what's going on in your team. Or at the same time, you can also then fault healers for not healing people when someone says they aren't getting healed, and you can literally look at the scoreboard and say, hey, this guy's not getting healed. You know, that actually fucking matters. Deaths don't matter because what you're doing when you're alive shows up as health or damage for the most part. Unless you're a weird character like, let's say, May. May doesn't really do that much damage unless you're cheating on her. Yeah. There's lots of ways to do it. There's one big one. Damage received, though, is a really important stat because it also tells you basically who's getting focused, and it also tells you how well of a job the tanks are doing. Mitigation doesn't mean jack shit. That's just like shooting a shield. That doesn't mean anything at all. But the damage, the death stat, people killing blows. Most importantly, there needs to be killing blows. There's not killing blows in the game. There's limbs in the game. Limbs are not killing blows. They're not kills like in other game. Kills in every other game is pretty much last hit. Last hit's a kill. Killing blows are very important, though, because it shows you when someone is capable of chasing people down and finishing them off, which is also very important, just as important as assists, which is what limbs are in Overwatch 2. which is you touch someone and you get an assist. I don't know what the assists are. The assists are something to do with like secondary assisting through someone. Assists still don't even make sense to me. But assists in normal games is where basically if you have any interaction with the character, when they die, you get an assist for it, which makes sense, right? You assisted with whatever's going on. In Overwatch 2, the assist category doesn't even make sense. It's something to do with healers, like healing through someone, an assist while you're healing someone. If they kill someone, then you get an assist for it or something like that. It still doesn't make sense. It's fucking weird. It might be written by ChatGPT, actually, which would be hilarious because he's the lead developer. He is the lead developer. Yeah, it might be written by ChatGPT, but killing blows do matter. It's someone's ability to finish someone off, which does matter just like assists do matter. It does matter because that means someone literally went out of their way to finish someone off. And you can make it even more refined by killing blows then being if someone does not take damage within 3 seconds and someone kills them or 4 seconds, then it's killing blow, which means that that person basically went out of their way to finish them off. You could call it finishers too if you wanted to. Where someone went out of their way to finish them off and they get a finisher for it. If you're 1v1, you'd also get that, right? Because no one's touching the character. Also important. You could call it dueling too, but it's not really because you'd be chasing people down and shooting them in the back, and that'd be counting as killing blows. So, it could be a lot of different things, but or the interpretation could be a lot of different things. But much more important than, let's say, deaths. Deaths literally just tell you how much someone dies, and they'll die more when they're out of sync with people. That's just the way it goes. As Pharah, I can accrue almost 2 times as many deaths as everyone else on the team, simply because I can get back to the battle. I start out the battle, usually get focused at the beginning of the battle, die, and then I come back and basically help whatever's left over, and then die again, which does happen on occasion. And like I'll end up with 2 times as many deaths. But does that mean I do absolutely nothing? No. That just means I'm getting focused, and I'm arriving again to also help and reinforce whatever's going on again. So deaths are a completely meaningless stat. What does matter is like the amount of damage that I'm doing when I'm alive, when I'm there, right? You can't do damage unless you're near a battle. You can't get a limbs unless you're near a battle. Stuff like that. But deaths, absolutely meaningless. It just gave something people talk about their ED, their erectile dysfunction in Overwatch 2. Because that's all they have to talk about. They'll continually hit tab and look at the number of deaths people have on the team. And then I've even seen people just like rail on someone because they have one more death than other people. Yeah, like crazy fucking shit. People look to blame game anyway, and you're giving them the tools with a shitty scoreboard to do that. Despite the fact, if you look at it from a strategic perspective, it doesn't mean anything. Deaths don't mean anything, with the exception maybe being a tank. But if a tank is dying excessively and as such can't put pressure onto the enemy team, he's also not going to have that much damage, like mitigated damage or just damage received, because mitigated is a stat in the game. I don't want to confuse people on that. Actual damage received will be much lower than another tank if he dies excessively, right? Where otherwise he'll be able to soak a lot of damage, either through shielding, through armor effects, which mitigation would include, by the way. Total damage received would include mitigated damage as well, as opposed to other tanks. Then you'd be able to figure it out. But deaths itself is not a meaningful stat. Which, by the way, I've discussed already. It's almost like he went through my Twitter posts, guys. Anyways. And apparently they're changing it again. I'm not on board with that. Like I said, I think it's a skill that you should actually be able to figure out when you're out of sync with your team and choose when you go into a battle. And if you don't, that's on you. And that's a differentiating factor between someone that's higher skilled and someone that's not, is being able to strategically read the battlefield and be able to figure out when they're doing something they shouldn't and when they should do something. That's part of being a good player, right? The chat frames, or what do they call them? Party frames. So the MMO layout where you have arena frames. I guess you can do that. I don't think it's really that important. It would be nicer if you could see your buffs and debuffs on your character better. That'd be neat. But they haven't done that because that's a MOBA element, right? They haven't done that. Or see buffs and debuffs on other people better. They aren't adding a minimap only feature. I don't think minimap has a high likelihood of shipping. Yeah, no shit. Because there's already a minimap in the game. You look around and you can see people through walls. Assuming you're actually doing that, which you should be, because you have, once again, the game by default should have player, like ally lines on. It should just have that on by default. I don't know why it's not. Or maybe it is now, because I turned it on years ago, and maybe it's just always on now. Yeah. Party frames are likely, sure, if they want to change it up and spice it up a bit. But I don't think that's going to matter much.
It's our hope that staying closer to your teammates and having more information on what they're doing will help encourage team play. But what happens when your team is not working well together? We definitely want to make this a little less frustrating. We've talked about the new competitive system coming to Season 9, but there's a massive set of gameplay and balance changes coming to that season, as well. Many of those changes are aimed at reducing damage spikes in combat. I won't get into all of them.
What? Many of those changes are aimed at reducing damage spikes in combat. So, what is going on here, guys? Overwatch 2 has insanely out of control healing right now. Healers are insanely OP. That's why everyone queues for them and why they have longer queues. Not tanks. It's because healing is insanely OP, especially because a lot of them are also damage dealers at the same time. They aren't Zen. It's not Zen anymore where you trade off healing for damage. You can do both with like a BAP or an Alari, right? Or Moira. Although Moira has more downsides than either BAP or Alari at this point. Or Kiriko. Yeah, where you can literally just sit in 1v1 and just constantly throw for headshots, and if you get a headshot, you basically get a kill, and if you don't, then you just bong and then you teleport out. Yeah. Yeah, why? The one thing that actually kills people are the damage spikes, and it's not just Widow, it's being able to damage people down before the healers can look and heal them up. If you don't do that, it's just a slogfest. It's just an absolute slogfest. Ah, crazy guy. Bye, crazy guy. It's an absolute slogfest. It would be absolutely horrible. It would be literally fucking horrible for the game to slow down in terms of being able to kill people, because you already have problems killing people if you're in close quarters. At top 500, you got like Widowmakers that instantly one-shot people, but that's also being said a lot of people in top 500 are cheating, so you can take that for what it is. Widowmaker has existed in this game since launch, and she's been able to one-shot people since launch. There was not nearly as many problems with Widowmaker in Overwatch 1 as there is in Overwatch 2. And the reason for that is because there's a lot more people cheating now. And that's just the way it goes. I've mentioned this before. The game companies are now balancing, this as a segue here, guys, people are now balancing their games around cheaters. Because occasionally you'd have like one guy that's really good at doing headshots. Now you have a bunch of people that can do that, and all of a sudden a Widowmaker just like instantly clears the battlefield and she doesn't get banned because it looks no different than anyone else, because that's just where things are now. Widowmaker has existed for a long time, and you can say what you want about multiple shields back in Overwatch 1 or whatever, but the way Widowmaker works now, you peek a corner, you instantly die. There are gaps in shields in which you would just instantly die now. It doesn't matter if you talk about two shield meta or whatever, which wasn't even for the majority of Overwatch 1. Multiple shields, shield meta, whatever you want to say. It wasn't for the majority of Overwatch 1. Widowmaker was around for the entirety of Overwatch 1 while one-shotting, and she still one-shots. And it wasn't nearly as bad now, because once again, it is about cheating. It's not specifically about game balance. But in the context here, damage spikes, burst damage, not damage spikes, burst damage, just like you took words and you just changed them around. Burst damage is important because it allows you to actually kill people, still kill people in Overwatch 2. Even though the healers are absolutely out of control, you need to be able to kill them prior to healers being able to heal them. Because if they start healing them, it's just literally just waiting for them to run out of mana, but healers don't have mana. So this isn't even as bad, or this is worse than where things were in Burning Crusade and Overwatch, or in World of Warcraft, not Overwatch. In World of Warcraft, Burning Crusade, where you had to wait for healers to run out and either run Mortal Strike, which is a biotic grenade, by the way. You had to run Mortal Strike, or you had to run a drain build, like on the Hunters, where you could drain mana, because you literally have to fucking wait for them to run out of mana. Yeah. So where is the mana in the case of healers in this game? If you are going to make it where you take away burst damage, where is the mana gauge? There is no mana gauge. There is no limitation to how much people heal. They don't run out of ammo. They have to reload, and the reload is not enough to make a difference. You could make the reload 3 times longer, and then maybe something would happen. Then maybe people would pick and choose when they took damage. You could make it more gritty and turn it into like fucking EFT or whatever. But in terms of like overall gameplay, where is this going to take you, Keller? What are you suggesting here? I won't get into all of it here. That means he doesn't know what he's doing, by the way. Reducing damage spikes in combat. Yeah, that's That's not with the way healers are. And maybe they're going to be adjusted. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe they're just going to adjust the healers and reduce overall healing as such to make it seem as though, you know, like damage is then going to be more meaningful, right? It's a resource. Damage is a resource.
I won't get into all of it here. We're working on a standalone post to be published closer to the start of that season, but for the sake of the current discussion, I'd like to talk about one aspect of it. In Season 9, both tank and damage heroes will get a modified, tuned-down version of the support self-healing passive.
So, I mean, why is it tuned down? Why do healers need more self-heal than everyone else? Is actually a better question here. I'm going to go there. Healers are already overtuned or overpowered as shit. So why does everyone else get a shittier version of healing? Because then healers wouldn't be able to damage them down as effectively as they can, as people can, as they can now because they can't heal themselves, or there's more resistance to being damaged down, which is self-heal, which is what damage dealers and tanks have to deal with right now. Yeah?
I won't get into all of it here. We're working on a standalone post to be published closer to the start of that season, but for the sake of the current discussion, I'd like to talk about one aspect of it. In Season 9, both tank and damage heroes will get a modified, tuned-down version of the support self-healing passive. This should give non-support players more options in terms of sustaining themselves. It should also take some of the pressure off support players to keep everyone alive, since individual players now have more control of their own health pool.
Do they need to take pressure off supports? Well, is he gonna say that supports are gonna get nerfed? Like overall healing's gonna get nerfed? Which, by the way, there is kind of self-healing in the game, which are medkits, and it's your personal responsibility to know where medkits are and try to go for one, especially when you're in the middle of a battle. Medkits can make or change, especially duels, can make or change a duel. That's your responsibility. But if we're going to turn this into COD, I guess we can.
It should also take some of the pressure off support players to keep everyone alive, since individual players now have more control of their own health pool.
Feels like there should be more paragraphs here, by the way.
There is a constant tug of war between the power of a team and the power of an individual hero or player. A change like this shifts the balance
Maybe a tank?
This is something that we are constantly evaluating. We still want Overwatch to be defined by team strategy and mechanics, but we feel this can be pulled back a bit now and possibly more in the future.
What? So, supports less pressure, despite the fact that supports do an insane amount of healing already. They're giving them a self-heal, which is already in the game in the form of medkits, which healers already still have and they shouldn't have, personally. I personally think they should not have self-heal, or it should be tuned down a bit, so it's more of an out-of-combat thing rather than something where Mercy hasn't gotten hit for, 2 seconds, and all of a sudden she starts regenerating her health when you're still actively trying to kill her, because Mercies are fucking insane when they know how to use their movement abilities. Yeah. So they aren't nerfing damage, healing. They aren't nerfing healing. And they're thinking this is going to attack team strategy and mechanics. So stops team strategy and mechanics from being important. Like, medkits? Why couldn't they just make medkits better? Or add more medkits around the map, maybe? Like, add more minis, maybe, around the map? If that's what you're after? I guess that would take more effort. Adjust each map with more meds. Already, the self-healing was already medkits, and playing around medkits was important. The question, though, is, do they need to take pressure off of healers? And if you are a solo player that your team is now dead, should you be able to heal up just out of nowhere and survive, as opposed to wiping with your team, figuring out when you should wipe, and then wiping with your team? I don't think it's actually going to matter that much. It might. No, actually it might. This might lead to a scenario where everyone fucking plays safe, and they all just try to hide to heal. We get a peak meta? Like in Counter-Strike or something? Where you have to peek and hide and just play really defensive, like behind Rhine shields or something? I mean, you can't even sit behind Rhine shields because you'll eventually take damage from something which will cancel your self-heal. Why? Like, I actually, at the end of this, we still want, the end of this, the explanation of why they're doing this is we still want Overwatch to be defined by team strategy mechanics, but we feel this can be pulled back a bit and possibly more into the future. But why? I don't know. The why as to doing this, besides just changing something for the sake of changing something, which isn't always bad, by the way, because shifts in meta make games feel less stale. But I don't think buffing healers, like, kind of adjacently buffing healers, not necessarily directly buffing healers, is where you want to go with things. Oh, okay, well, there's that.
Director's Take, Our Development Values, Part 1 Blizzard Entertainment, Jan. We're also actively looking for new ways of improving the core gameplay experience.
Yeah.
This weekend, we launched our first quick play,
which is the opposite of what they should do. They should make things slower and more grindy, where people can just fuck around.
Is called Quicker Play,
not make things faster because the games are already insanely fast.
Matches. Quicker, payloads and capture times are faster, respawn times are quicker, and matches are shorter. This particular experiment is designed to look at how these changes affect player psychology.
I mean, I can immediately tell you that it's going to be maybe a little bit gratifying at first, and then you're going to get bored of the game because you can no longer get invested. You don't have enough time to become invested in whatever's happening before it's over. And the games are just going to feel derpy as shit. We haven't played one tonight, but that's what I'm hypothesizing is the way things are going to go. And people are going to fucking... They maybe aren't going to hate it. They'll be like, oh, this is kind of fun because the game's over. This is not... this is my personal opinion, is to limit toxicity because you're in the game for so little amount of time that you can't actually form an opinion on what's going wrong before the game's fucking over. Yeah, that's not exactly where I envision people want things to go, because then they'll realize that they actually don't care and just stop playing the game because it's not actually... if you can't get invested in what's happening around you, you don't enjoy it as much. It's just the way it goes. No. But they're doing it.
For instance, if a player spends less time waiting to respawn, will getting eliminated
instant
by an
gratification
opponent be less frustrating? If matches are shorter, will each loss have the same sting that it currently does?
Yep, limit toxicity.
There are also other out-of-game benefits that could come from this event, such as quicker matchmaking and quicker challenge completion.
Yeah.
Based on the reception,
but if you don't care about the matches, does it even matter?
The team might use the feedback toward improving the game. That's what these quick play, hacked events are designed to do: quicken the feedback loop and allow for
at least they got the buzzword, they got the name
into
figured
the
out.
game. In fact, we have one more coming later in Season 8. You can learn more about quick play, hacked here.
Yeah, we didn't really completely cover it because it's just going to make the game modes insanely fast, and that's pretty much it. And there isn't really much to say besides that, and figure out how it feels, and which is probably going to be terrible, but that's the way it's going to go. And yeah, it will probably limit toxicity because people are going to become less invested in what they're doing and have less time to figure it out. And then the game's going to be over before they even know what's going on. And then they're going to realize they don't actually really even care about the game because they aren't invested in it anymore, and then they're just going to stop playing the game. Not where you want to go with things. In the case of what I suggested with quick play, by making matches longer, aka TF2, you end up in a scenario in which people enjoy it because they don't need. There's less personal responsibility. The less them dying means less, which is what happened in 6v6, right? Where when one person dies, it actually means less than the entire team. The bigger the teams get, the less one person actually matters. Unless it's just like you have 10 people on a team and one's a tank, then they're going to matter more, as is the case with Overwatch 2 currently with the 5v5, where you have one tank, right? And that shoves a lot of responsibility on the tank if they do things wrong, which also then makes the role much more stressful and makes people freak out more when they die because they feel as though they're more of a failure, and also they get noticed more by their teammates. Unless something else is going on in the game where someone's carrying everyone around the match, right? Yeah. No. Like, if you're talking about, like, people enjoying casual gameplay, people enjoying it more is better. More has always been better. Like, when we're playing when we played BattleBit, guys, and playing 128 versus 128s, do you think anyone gave a shit when someone at the bottom of the scoreboard died? No, they're literally fucking like screaming into the voice comms to charge at the same time and all getting gunned down. Yeah, on the bridge, and someone crying about him missing his legs because it's just a derp fest at that point. The more people you add into the game, the more derpy it gets, the less personal responsibility that's on one individual, the more kind of casual fun you can have. Is it going to be the same thing as this heart pumping, highly intense octane fueled esports experience, which isn't really an esports experience? No, it's not going to, but it's not supposed to be. It's casual or quick play. It should be where people can go to relax. I've mentioned this before. There should actually be 3 basic game modes for this. You should have comp, you should have quick play, which is essentially just going to be TF2, like, 10v10, 12v12. It depends on how the maps are set up with a ratio of TDS, which you'd have to figure out. And the maps play a lot slower. The objectives are much, much longer, and it really doesn't even matter if you're there for the end of the map because you're just there. It's an experience, just like with MMOs where you're just there and you exist and you can take it on your own slice of life. It is a casual experience. The in-between is something I would call somewhere around skirmish. You probably could come up with a different name of it. But it basically means that you can play essentially a competitive game with less points, so like a quarter of the point total. So you losing a match, assuming once again that there's a weighted scoring system, right, for ELO. When you losing a match, which there is, by the way, you losing a match would mean your losses would be worth less and your wins will be worth less as well. So you moving up and down on this little bar would happen less and less. The fun thing about that is it's less stressful than competitive, and at the same time you can kind of try out things you can't in competitive, but you're still in a competitive environment. The way quick play currently works is it's like a shitty version of comp where it doesn't have exactly the same rules as competitive, right? So it's a shorter experience, but it still has the same competitiveness as competitive. So quick play doesn't really essentially do what it should, which is a casual gameplay experience. Which is why there should be a center game mode, which is basically like a tuned down version of comp, which is kind of what quick play is, but it's not because it still doesn't have the rule set. Like once again, and it doesn't have any rewards. So even if you try hard, you don't really get rewarded with it, unless you care about your SBMM rating, which you can't see, but does definitely exist as well, right? So in between, a third category between these 3 would make it so there's a lot of different interactions here. And I think a lot of people would play a skirmish mode in the center here. Not what skirmish is currently in the game. Skirmish in the game no one uses. But almost like the center mode here, in which it's a compromise between derpy shitness and extreme competitiveness. And I think a lot of people would choose that because it's comfortable in between, where they're already kind of burned out from competitive but still want to play competitively, which a lot of people do in quick play. So, oh, it's over, by the way. It's over, by the way.
That's it for this week. We'll be back in a few more to talk about additional ways we're looking at improving Overwatch.
Well, you just have to browse my post history, Keller.
Thanks for reading and watching, and we'll see you in-game.
Oh, you're watching my post history. Can already tell that. Hey, by the way, I do like this assertion at the beginning where he has to reassure everyone. Where is that? A highly competitive, octave-driven esports shooter?
Starting with the obvious,
Guardian.
Overwatch is a team-based, hero-based, multiplayer competitive shooter.
Hey, we figured it out. Where did PvE come from, Keller? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't know either. Why did PvE exist? It wasn't It didn't even make sense. What they did there didn't make sense. It's like some COVID brain shit going on there. I don't know what they thought they were doing, but that was not Overwatch 2. It still is not Overwatch 2, and it's still nothing people play. Like, they played it for maybe a little bit, if they did it at all. Their friends told them it sucks, and they stopped playing it, because it wasn't really, there's no replayability there anyways, so. Like, yeah, congratulations. You understood what Overwatch 1 was, which is where the game was, and then tried to make Overwatch 2, and now you're going back to Overwatch 1, so. Congratulations, Keller. Congratulations. Anyways, yeah, big takeaways here, guys. Self-heal is dumb. Self-heal is dumb because it means there's less pressure on the healers, and the healers are already insanely powerful, and it means the game's going to be more grindy and probably peaky, and both are not fun, especially for a MOBA, essentially a MOBA first-person shooter that Overwatch is. He kind of said that, but if it wasn't blatantly obvious, this is a MOBA first-person shooter, and I think that needs to be emphasized because you'll occasionally go into people's streams and they're like, why are there projectile heroes in the game, guys? They're so dumb. Oh my god, Junkrats are so dumb. I just died by a pipe bomb that shot around the corner. The Junkrat doesn't even know what he's doing. Junkrats are so dumb. Pharaohs are dumb. Pharaohs are so dumb with their rockets. The shooting rockets is so easy. I want to play Soldier 76. It's the fucking funnest character, and like, literally people that should be playing Counter-Strike, and they for some reason think Overwatch should be Counter-Strike. I completely disagree. I hope they add more mechanical heroes like Doomfist or Genji. They add more mechanical heroes to the game that are change-up. There's a lot of spice in MOBAs, and after there's like a homogenization period at the end of Overwatch 1 in which all the OWL players wanted everything to be fucking Kovacs. Kovacs is not fun. Kovacs is fun if you're strung up on Adderall and you're literally there trying to shoot a pixel and want people to pat your back for doing so. Kovacs is not a fun game. If you want Kovacs, play Counter-Strike. Or if you want Kovacs with a little spice, you play Valorant. It's not fun. It's not fun, guys. Anyways, big takeaway here is self-healing's dumb. They're going to try changing other things. They might add mutators to the game, which could be cool, and they probably should add them to OpenQ right now because OpenQ is dumb. Keller figured out what Overwatch is, by the way. I think that's a big takeaway here is Keller finally figured out what Overwatch is so they can stop doing PvE. Yeah, which I think they already announced they're done with doing that, surprisingly. Or not so much, if you actually know. Surprisingly, PvE is now done. Yeah, I guess they had like a whole screen. It looked like they're going to add a bunch of things to that or something for some reason, and their highly competitive, octane-fueled esports MOBA shooter. Yeah, they're doing they're trying to make Kirby's Dream Land or something. I don't know exactly what's going on there. COVID. Anyways, yeah, and for some strange reason, they're trying to make the game less strategic and tactical when they went to from a 6v6 to a 5v5, which would put even more stress on a single role in the game and make it even more pressurized instead of going to like a 7v7 where they add an extra DPS to alleviate the queues, right? Yeah. There's that. I guess. There's this, guys. This is a thing. Okay. I'm going to do my cool thing right now, guys, which is I'm going to easily create a highlight with that, which I had so much problems with prior. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. When I was streaming to other platforms, but I couldn't do this. Not do this, guys. Look at this. Look how easy this is to do.
Cause and effect, set up
When it comes to that hit enter. Superpower 4 times, 3 times the length is literally going to take me 5 minutes. Apparently Russians really like strike. Look how easy it is to fucking go through the video, too? Or the Express EP thing. Okay, yeah. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that, YouTube! Look at that! Okay, we gotta cover the patch. I can even edit on, like, we don't have time for that. Speak English, and they're like... We can keep doing this over and over. It's so easy. Yeah. And then I literally go over here. The hardest part of this, guys? Why are there or something for some reason and make it even more. How easy this is to do. And I can even just put the timestamp in. Done. Why is this so hard on YouTube? YouTube literally, their currency is videos and content. This. Look at this shit. I'm going to easily create a highlight with that, which I had so much problems with prior. Look at this shit. Done. Look, it's done. Then we change our category here to Overwatch 2. Do that, and then we go, let's see. Analysis. Directors take. Director. That. There we go. We make a meaningful title for YouTube. And also a Twitch highlight, as it turns out. Publish. Like that. Now right here, we go here, and now I type in a description, which will also get exported with it. Self-responsibility. Good. Titillating AI-generated thumbnail. No, I don't do those. I could. I don't. I probably should. I don't. Pretty good. Okay. Let's see that. Okay. All right. I need to take a piss, by the way. Well, this is happening. I'm going to watch my coffee go, guys. We're having a longer podcast tonight. That's just the way it goes. A lot to cover. And then we have to talk about the UAP stuff, too. In a second here. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. Now, I think this should have finished exporting or finished making it. Yep. Now, export. Everything there, and I just need to take it. Private. Start export. Done. Now all I have to do is transfer the tags from my old video on... Boom. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is all right. This doesn't matter because it's already on YouTube, right? Reason Twitch's export still has problems with apostrophes. What other tags do I have? Timer? It's... Oh my god. Wait, did it delete everything? Go. Fortunately, for some strange reason, the formatting here for this is different than the formatting on top for tags inside of the post itself. As YouTube. There we go. Yep. Done and done. Bam. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And then fire it off, guys. People can watch it in SD. Yes. Okay. Done and done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, guys. So, putting aside taking a little break there, guys, that was like, what, 10 minutes? Not just basically 10 minutes. Took me like 5 minutes to highlight it, and then 5 minutes to edit, like finish it touching it up on YouTube. Yeah. Remember when we were trying to fucking make highlights on YouTube? Oh my god. On YouTube itself. It's absolutely terrible. Editor's terrible. The limitations of the editor itself is fucking terrible. It's just the whole experience is bad. Okay. Moving on, guys. So, changing gears here. On to talking about UAPs. Apparently there's another meeting with Congress about the UAP report and a bunch of different things that are advertising it. Take a peek at this. UFO movement sees otherworldly growth. What? Can I listen to it? No. Wall Street Journal is very much doesn't like when you get their stuff for free, guys, so. Okay. Thanks, Wall Street Journal. A lot of these are defense, I guess you could call them defense websites. Usually right-leaning defense websites that are covering this stuff, which is weird because it's actually, let's say, a bipartisan issue, right? Bipartisan lawmakers. It's one of the weird things. We've talked about this before, guys, with the UAP reports, with UAP congressional hearings. It's one of these weird things where you have a bunch of people backing a bunch of different lines, especially hard left and hard right-leaning people, that are actually agreeing on something. It's very endearing. It is very lovely seeing all the kids working together to a common goal, right? You know, not something that generally happens in the U.S. anymore. But, yeah. This is in and of itself. A couple different websites here we'll take a peek at. Hill? This just happened, by the way.
Legislation proposed by
the congressional
bipartisan
meeting just
lawmakers
happened.
aims to protect civilian pilots and air personnel who report sightings of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, more commonly known as UFOs. Under the Safe Airspace for Americans Act, led by Reps. Robert Garcia, D. Califf, and Glenn Grothman, R.W.I.S., pilots are encouraged to provide information to the U.S. government, primarily the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, which would relay reports to the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, in exchange for legal safeguards.
Yeah, which they honestly shouldn't need, but I guess they do need at this point. It's actually kind of weird, guys, that I mentioned this before. Over the 2 years we have been covering Arrow and the formation of Arrow and the things that it's going through, and it's supposed to report quarterly to Congress, which it hasn't been doing, weirdly enough, at least that we've heard about. They did last fall, and it looks like they did immediately in January this year, so maybe they're getting on par with that. There's actually some like pushback from something in the government that's actually stopping kind of this transition, this amalgam or exchange of information between basically Congress and the public about UAPs and UFOs. But even prior to this existing, there wasn't a public entity to actually gather all, like, public government entity to gather all this information up. There is no entity. They just threw out UAP reports. There's nowhere to deliver them. There was a trash can that was UAP reports, and they just fell off the conveyor into the trash bin for the last 100 years. Yeah. Who knows how long? Like there's no reporting, and then there's a large stigma in the government associated with reporting UAPs in the first place. Military careers are very straightforward. They're very hierarchical, as you can imagine. Hierarchical. They're very hierarchical, where you have a set career path in which you want to rise the ranks, and obviously it comes with benefits and things that you can do and responsibility and all the good things that people in the military want, right? And then more power. Everyone wants power. You climb the ranks. But if you see something and you're like, hey man, did you guys see that fucking UFO the other day? People would like go, they fucking look at you and go, what the fuck are you talking about? You need a psych eval, and then, your career path that you're hoping to go up it slides downhill. It's one of those things you don't want, right? So there's a strong stigma in the military to just not talk about this stuff. If they're, let alone whether there's a private program or not, who knows at this point, but there was no actual recorded entity that was supposed to take on this information up until Arrow. So they just had a conveyor belt with these reports that would just dump it in the trash bin for however long these have been arriving in the government, where they just hush hush, who gives a shit, care about your career sort of shit, despite them being very, very common. We've talked about this every quarter. This pops up there. We don't cover the shit on YouTube, like as far as Little Green Men and some fucking space explored website that wants to tell you about fusion reactors and a Dyson sphere in our next solar system over that everyone knows about in the government. No, this is stuff actually coming out of the government. This is Congress. This is the U.S. government, guys. So this isn't the credibility here is a little bit different. And as such, like Arrow they've already got like 900 reports or something. They last announced numbers, I think, last spring. It's been a while. Before updating numbers, and they've became after last spring and then after June, in which Gersh, big whistleblower on this issue, presented in front of Congress, which we covered on my stream, by the way, worth watching. Prior to Gersh and prior to presenting to Congress, they're a little bit more open, and now they just stopped giving really updates for the most part, and then they had a little session last fall, which we covered and I highlighted. That wasn't really much of anything. They just said like some people phone in and ask questions. It is really weird. Now apparently there's this, and like the amount of transparency there's supposed to be with Congress seems like it's very lackluster. And it's the weird thing is because Congress formed Arrow to actually do this stuff, and it kind of seems like Arrow's dragging their feet. And Congress is the people that are doing this, by the way. There's a couple, like I said, it's like bipartisan. You got a bunch of randos in here that are after the truth, like senators that are just after the truth going on here. Just like there's like an old lady in there too, like grandma's in there. She gave a really weird speech last when was that? That was, I think it was during the congressional hearing this summer. Like she was there, she wanted to give her 2 bits too, and she was, like she wants the truth too, and she just like stood up and gave a random speech about something. I don't even remember what it was. It's sort of so random. But there's all different sorts, and they're all just kind of fighting for this. There's like this little part of Congress that's all just kind of fighting for this. You as a geek should be very interested in this because this is aliens. They're possibly aliens. You don't know if it's aliens yet, but UAPs in and of itself, this means technology the government can't identify. It is so advanced that they can't. It represents an existential threat to the country. Like it's something that not an existential threat, a security threat to the country, because it's something our F-18s, our F-22s, our billion-dollar airplanes literally cannot, like they can't even manage to touch or get close to. Like and so like the technical specifications in terms of movement capabilities are so outside the ordinary that we can't even begin to identify it. Like that's actually a security concern. That's the direction that the government's coming at things. It's not little green men. It's not, oh my God, there's UFOs, but it is the idea that stuff like this could actually lead into aliens, right? This is like the beginning. This is where stuff starts. And regardless of your personal interest about whether or not you believe there's aliens or whether or not you believe they're here, which they probably are, but they apparently aren't talking to us, or at least to me, or to anyone in the public, they aren't talking to people. This is like the beginning of where things start as far as first contact goes, and it's actually really cool. And with public first contact, let's go with that, public first contact. But yeah, right now this is another update. So this is where we're at right now. It's another update on Arrow and what's going on right now. So they're working on ways that people can come forward, whistleblowers. Whistleblower Protection Act, which was instated in last spring, was very important for the Gersh hearing because Gersh needed protections so he wouldn't be immediately sent to jail or worse would happen to him, which he had to make sure was in place prior to him actually coming forward. So now they're working even more with the ability to make sure there's safeguards in place for people that are in commercial, which is, regardless of the fact the military is very important, right? As far as sightings go, there is a lot of pilots. There is a shitload of pilots out there, right? So FAA, commercial airlines, and even your ability as, like, let's say a hobby pilot would be important that you are actually capable of reporting this stuff, right? Assuming that you have meaningful criteria to do it. Aliens see us killing each other. I'm sure aliens fucking kill. I showed you guys a fucking black hole, right? Like the fucking alien, nuclear war. Where is it? It was I showed it to you guys already last fall. Yeah, from IFL Science. I thought it was interesting to bring this up. So they found a part where over the course of 70 years, stars just disappeared. Do you know what an intergalactic alien war would look like, guys? An intergalactic nuclear alien war would look like? That's what it looks like. It is where there is nothing left after everything disappears. Yeah, so they found this, and they put together the data, and over the last 70 years, stars just disappeared from this area. And they hypothesize, there's a lot of hypotheses here, including one being Dyson spheres, where they went. And like one explanation is there is a shroud, like a gas shroud here from just like particulate, which if you guys know what happens to planets when they explode, they leave a lot of shit behind, and as such it turns into a giant dark area. Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to know what planets are when they explode because we don't explode planets, right? But, you know, theoretically what would happen to planets if they blew up or somehow just decombobulated themselves, yeah, you'd end up with something like this. And it's not a black hole, by the way. Black holes, they are able to identify with the way they attract light and gravity and the interactions they have around them. This is not a black hole. It's a little testicle here, or pecan, not pecan, a cashew, this little cashew here, yeah, of just missing stars. Yeah, I'm sure aliens have plenty of wars themselves. As to why we don't talk to aliens, I don't know. That's a question of the hour, though. Anyways, continuing on with this before we get too sidetracked here.
UAP transparency is incredibly important for our national security, which is why we need to create a space where those in aviation have the ability to report their findings and experiences, Garcia said in a statement. This bill is another step forward for disclosure and to provide a safe process for UAP reporting by civilian and commercial personnel.
Yeah. So, hobby pilots, right?
The legislation would cover civilian pilots, FAA air traffic controllers, flight attendants, maintenance workers, dispatchers and airlines. If passed, it would also require the FAA to share any information related to the incident with the RO and investigate the reports further, the lawmakers said in a statement. Grothman said serious questions remain around whether UAPs pose a significant risk to national security, and the bill would help create transparency around the topic.
So that's the government angle, by the way. Whether or not you care about aliens, the government angle is national security. So you have a highly advanced spacecraft that we can't match in any way, shape, or form. Maybe it poses a threat. You know, maybe we should look at it like, what happens if that's China or Russia or what's a hypothetical hostile like Illuminati organization. I don't know any. There's some in comic books. I don't read comic books at all. But like you have Illuminati going on here, you know, with their fucking spacecraft because they're so far advanced. Atlantis, who knows, whatever. The idea here is they're so far advanced you have to take them seriously, right? Not just throw them out as, what the fuck was that? It's, what is that? Maybe we should have a better look at what this is, regardless of aliens, right?
Following congressional testimony from military pilots who witnessed these phenomena, the Safe Airspace for
June last
Americans
year,
Act
July.
is a crucial initiative that empowers those on the front line of our skies to contribute valuable intelligence regarding UAP sightings that can help ensure that potential threats are thoroughly investigated, he said.
Just a balloon. I mean, good morning, 420, by the way. I mean, it could be. So, Arrow is designed, the resolution office is in the name, is they're resolving anomalies. The idea behind Arrow is they figure out whether if it's a weather balloon or a trash bag, and then figure it out. The thing is, though, they can't resolve everything. As it turns out, they're unable to resolve all of the reports that they get. I love showing this one off, by the way, because if you've been on my stream, you obviously have seen it. Because as it turns out, there are some things they can't resolve. Because there's no explanation for it. So this is from a Reaper drone. That's a ball. That's like a metallic looking sphere that is flying through the air right there. This is from a Reaper drone. This is government. This is not something made up. This is not a YouTuber. This is footage from Afghanistan of a Reaper drone capturing a flying metallic ball. Still flying. It's right there, by the way. Bring this up every time because this is like the newest, like hardest one, like to dispute as far as what it could be. Reaper drones 5, by the way, they loiter and they move relatively fast. This is flying around right now in the air. It's capturing this flying through the air right now, right there. Yeah. So I don't know. You can figure out whether or not that's China or not. And then there's another one here, which also is not actually. Didn't figure out what this is either. It's also a metallic sphere. This is F-18, I believe. Guy captured on a cell phone, I think, or a helmet cam or something. Right there. And they aren't drones. And drones have a very distinct look to them. These are all, majority of these are spheres. Yeah. So, as far as my stream has come up with, guys, our best case scenario of what we figured out these are, by the way, is, I think the best explanation that we found out, I forgot who came up with it, but it is a metallic medicine ball that was dropped by paratroopers to joke with F-18 pilots that flying. So this is actually a medicine ball that was dropped out of you know, like where people jump out of an airplane to parachute, right? A parachute airplane. I mean, it's paradrop, right? Out of a parachute airplane. Yeah, these are jokers. These are jokers up there that are trying to parachute out of their airplane, and they thought the F-18 is flying really close to them, and they can directly drop that right next to the F-18 and make it somehow slide sideways so it's flying in the opposite direction of the F-18 as well. So that is actually a medicine ball dropped from a paradropper airplane. Yeah, perfectly normal explanation of what's going on here. So, yeah. These are basically, so even though Arrow does resolve trash bags and they do resolve smudges on lenses and they do resolve, there's like the ones that they list on their website, there's a couple that they actually like resolve, and some are like tail lights that have a bad lens or something, like the camera has a bad lens and tail light. But then there's also ones that they don't resolve, and this is right here is one of them, as well as the one in Afghanistan. Yeah. So you can think what you want about trash bags and weather balloons and whatever, right? But at the same time, by the way, that was on frame for like maybe 3 frames. The F-18 pilot, I believe. A Navy jet fighter. I think it was F-18 pilot. MQ-9. I think the MQ-9 is a Reaper drone. Yeah, it's a Reaper drone. This is a Reaper drone, if you guys are curious and you don't know what a Reaper drone is. Yeah. That was captured by the camera on the front of a Reaper drone. And once again, if this was, you know, if this was YouTube or whatever, you'd be like, oh, that's fake, right? I'd believe you. I'd say, yeah, that's 100% fake. The thing is, with the military, is like this isn't made up. This isn't something where people are like, oh, yeah, this has to be made up, right? No matter what. Because there's no reason to do it. And actively, like, they're dissuaded, like we just talked about with the bias. Generally, you don't want to give this out to people because then people think you're crazy, right? Despite the fact that now everyone has videos and footage they can use. People just think you're crazy. But yeah, like there is actually like a stigma associated with reporting this stuff, and as such, you don't want to. And the credibility of what you're seeing here is much higher than something you're just finding randomly on YouTube, because it's not a rando looking for clicks and views, right? There's no credit to who this pilot is. There's no credit to the Reaper drone operator here. German engineering. That's moving fast. Strange that. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's kind of weird. Like I said, it's a medicine. If you didn't know, that's a medicine ball dropped out of a paradrop airplane. They're joking. They're pranking the Reaper drones in Afghanistan and the F-18 pilot flying around. They're just joking everyone. You know, these fucking paradroppers. They just go. They giggle to themselves. Have you ever seen a medicine ball? They're really big and heavy, right? And imagine making one out of metal. That would be great. You just make it out of metal and just drop it out of the airplane. Yeah, and putting aside the fact that this one is moving basically parallel, or the opposite direction of the airplane itself. It flies by the window of the airplane. This one flies, so the Reaper drone looks like it's flying around like this, and that's flying like that. So, yeah, like there's no touchdown. They're clearly flying through the air. It's not something you can easily resolve. This is why this is so interesting, because you can't just go, there's no way you can look at that and even come up with an explanation. I have seen some drones that look like spheres, but in the case of drones that look like spheres, they clearly have cutouts for the intakes and the exhausts on them. Because it's basically a sphere shroud over the top of basically a drone for the most part, right? So as for a quadcopter, it has 4 blades or 5 blades or whatever, and then it puts a sphere on the top of it, which honestly is just a shroud to make it look cool. And the speeds these are moving at, these are definitely not, these are not drones, and there's clearly no intake and exhaust for it. So, yeah. You can, I guess, yeah, it's exactly what I think, 420. I don't know if you've been here for some of our discussions, but I'm sure that aliens are here, but, you know, as with any planet, or maybe they aren't here, but with any planet that you are exploring, it makes a lot more sense to send drones, right? It makes a lot more sense to send probes to probulate things, you know, probulate everyone. But in the case of Mars, we send drones to Mars too, right? We sent rovers to Mars. They aren't flying spheres, but they still take scientific measurements. They run around and they just do the thing, right? You know, they're just, you know, they're a much more low tech version of what that is my personal opinion on that. And if you're on an alien planet, which I'm pretty sure they have, like, we're kind of like, my primary theory is we're part of an alien wildlife reserve to coming of age till when we can meet aliens, right? So we have to bang our sticks together, make fire, and then get to the point where we're basically, you know, like if we meet aliens, it's not going to crush our civilization, right? So we have to meet a point where we have a personal identity and where they just don't strip everything out. They must have some sort of prime directive, you know. Going back to prime directive actually just kind of makes a lot of sense, yeah. So there's like some sort of prime directive in play here till we come into one milestone, which could be like fusion or AI or maybe faster than light travel. But I kind of doubt faster than light travel because that's probably something super advanced. Well, it's probably something to do with fusion or AI, or it's just the stuff we've stumbled upon in recent years. It's obviously not computers because we've already done that, so it's somewhere in there. Who knows? They probably have criteria that you have to check the boxes in order to make first contact, and I guess we're doing that. So, yeah, so the idea that they come at this from, right, is that if that is a drone, who the fuck has a drone that advanced, right? So the security, the national security standpoint of this is, if that is the drones from some first world country, we probably should know about it, right? Because this is our drone. This is our drone. Why do those look much better, much faster, and much like more advanced than our drones, right? So these are our drones. These are their drones. So maybe that's a tactical disadvantage, right? Yeah. Got to bang the rocks together. Yeah, I mean, it did the sticks instead of the rocks and making fire and stuff. Yeah. There's maybe the other downside. I mean, I've talked about this all the time. So if you've been on my stream, you've probably heard me come up with the tinfoil hat theories, right? The one is we're part of an alien wildlife reserve. The other one is we're on like a fucking Truman Show where we're used as entertainment. Yeah, so we are someone's entertainment. While they sit there and try to see me try and fix my aim every night in Overwatch, someone's paying money. They're paying bits somewhere to some reality television show, intergalactic television show. Yeah. Yep. Someone's paying bits somewhere. Anyways, but there are a lot of theories, but this is where it starts. This is all where it starts. This is not crazy theory stuff. This is Congress trying to get it so everyone, in a day and age which we're all connected and we all can take videos, it is still difficult. It's still difficult to get all the information of just people citing these things in one spot, which is what they're going through now. And then for some reason it becomes even more difficult to get them to talk about the stuff that they found in those one spot, which is where Congress also is. This is apparently the laws that they're writing to help with this, by the way, which is what we're currently looking at.
With the majority of Americans believing that the government has suppressed information on UAPs, our bipartisan effort highlights
it's
our
growing.
need for transparency.
If this
from the
became
federal
more popular on
government
Twitch, it would be much
regarding
bigger.
UAPs to better protect the safety and
Covering
security
for 2
of
years,
American citizens.
or any
Groffman
streaming
added.
service.
The bill, which has been endorsed by Americans for Safe Aerospace, ASA, comes after the advocacy organization's executive director, Ryan Graves, testified before Congress last year about his experience with UAP sightings.
Yep.
Graves, a former U.S.
Gersh.
Navy fighter pilot, asked Congress to step in and provide safer reporting options.
Which they can do. They are.
Pilots are trained observers of our skies, Graves said in the bill announcement. But I have heard from dozens of frustrated pilots for major airlines who witnessed UAP yet had no confidential way to report them to the government. I am incredibly encouraged to see Congressman Garcia and Congressman Groffman standing with pilots and taking a pragmatic and historic step forward for national security and aviation safety, he added.
Yep. National security and aviation safety just happens to go hand in hand with the possibility that we might also figure out where aliens are or what they're doing or that we have their technology or, you know, maybe all the billions of dollars. By the way, we've talked about this before. If the government does have access to fucking alien technology, think of the billions of dollars we're spending on fucking F-22s and F-18s that don't matter. Like, just economically pissing away money because we don't want adversaries to know we have highly advanced technology. Well, it's like F-22s, F-18s, absolutely no match for whatever the fucking sphere things are. Yeah, and it doesn't, like, just R&D, just trillions down the drain in defense budgets just because we don't, like, there's like a rift in the government between like the some sort of secret program and at the very least the Pentagon. So I don't know, like, and that's putting aside, you know, the benefits that it could actually provide the public, right? Whether or not they're actually releasing the information, maybe slowly dripping it out to the public, who knows? Maybe that's where computers came from, don't know, but yeah. Stuff like that. And this is where it starts, because it's actually really important if we actually figure out that stuff like this exists, right?
Protections within the legislation would also prevent pilots who report UAPs from being medically disqualified from their positions, bar airlines from retaliating against employees and safeguard federal workers. UAPs have come into the spotlight within the past year after former intelligence officer...
That's a big deal. We covered it last year. Not a lot of people did on Twitch. Almost no one did, which is weird once again.
Non-human contact.
Maybe
when asked to provide more detail at the time, Grush deflected, claiming he could go to jail for revealing classified information.
I mean, it was true, and at the time, which is why he said he was going to provide it to Congress, and then Congress never really responded on whether or not they got information from Gersh. He was supposed to have a private meeting with them, and that never really went anywhere, so... Yeah? Uh-huh. But kind of the interesting thing here is... this one right here.
Protections within the legislation would also prevent pilots who report UAPs from being medically disqualified from their positions.
So, if you report UAVs, or UAPs, excuse me, if you report UAPs, people think you're crazy enough that you can't fly anymore. Imagine that. So, imagine you're an Air Force pilot, guys. Imagine you're an Air Force pilot, working on your career, and people could disqualify you from being a pilot because you're reporting something you saw, when you know you saw it because they think you're crazy and seeing voices and hearing words and shit, right? Yeah. Seeing voices, hearing words. You heard it. Haha, you saw it. Yeah, that's a big one. That's, in a nutshell, why stuff like this is important. So if people actually have the information, they don't want to come forward because they're afraid of their livelihood, of what's going on. They don't want their, who cares if they saw a little dot in the sky for 30 seconds, That sounds like a bad time after a bar. Yeah, who cares about that? You have your entire life ahead of you, right? So why would you risk it all and just trying to reveal something that really doesn't even matter to you personally, right? That's the big takeaway there, is this provides protections to people that otherwise would be afraid to say something because they can't. Well, they can, it'd be extremely detrimental to them, right? So, while it might seem like a joke and stuff like this doesn't really matter, it actually does to people that would actually possibly reveal stuff like this. Crazy thought is, the weapons were never for us to use on each other. It's us getting ready for them. I don't know what you're saying, 420. How much did you smoke? Yes, exactly. Anyways, this was bills they're doing. This is not the same thing as the... Apparently they had a briefing, which now is... in a head scratcher, which is apparently they aren't getting answers they wanted.
The issue is tens of millions of dollars on an issue that we've been told does not exist since 1947, yet they're spending that money on researching something.
There's a concerted effort to conceal as much information as possible, both from Congress and to the general public. So I asked very specific questions and was unable to get specific answers. And so that's a problem, and we're not going to stop until we get the truth.
I literally covered nothing from Congress, guys. I literally covered nothing from Congress, except for this. This is the hearing that they had. Closed-door hearing, which means the public's not invited.
House lawmakers left a Friday classified briefing on UFOs,
that was
referred
yesterday,
to as unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, by the government, with mixed feelings, some frustrated with the limited information and some claiming they were given more clarity on last summer's explosive testimony on the unexplained sightings. The closed-door briefing at the Capitol building, where Thomas Monheim, Inspector General of the Intelligence Community, spoke with House Oversight and Accountability Committee members, lasted about 90 minutes and was meant to improve transparency around the government's knowledge of UAP. The secretive meeting comes after a hearing in July when the three former Defense Department officials told the panel's National Security Subcommittee that UAP sightings could pose national security risks. The public hearing featured jaw-dropping testimony from former military intelligence officer and whistleblower David Grush, who asserted the Pentagon and other agencies are withholding information about UAP, including shrouding a multi-decade program trying to reverse engineer non-human technology the US government has retrieved from crash sites and now possesses. The Pentagon denies his claims.
Weapons are not for humans or for aliens. Well, who weapons what? We definitely want to take land from each other. I mean, that's been a thing for a long time. We aren't making weapons for aliens or against aliens or whatever. We're down here playing in our sandbox, guys.
but several
with a little bit
lawmakers
of oversight
emerged from the briefing saying they barely gleaned any new information about Grush's accusations. Let's just say that all of us were very interested in the substance of his claims, and unfortunately, I didn't get the answers that I was hoping for, said Representative Raja Krishnamurthy, DL, who was one of several members irked with the lack of new material at the briefing. Representative Tim Burchett, R. Tennessee, meanwhile, said the briefing was just more of the same.
So treading water or just giving kind of hand waves as to what's going on around them. Yeah, which has kind of been the thing ever since Arrow came out, is they just been kind of treading water and saying that there's things they're looking at, and then they don't really give you anything either. Which is kind of weird, because Arrow's actually basically there and designed to, like, illuminate what's going on, right? Illuminate things that are going on, and as such, it actually seems like it's doing the opposite of that, which is just nothing.
It's very compartmentalized. It's like looking down the barrel of a .22 rifle. All they know is just right in that little circle, he told reporters. Now it's just whack-a-mole. You go to the next briefing until we get some answers. Burchett, who says he believes in the existence of extraterrestrial life and accuses the US government of covering up evidence of it, added that what was discussed Friday verified what I thought. And Representative Andy Ogles, R. Tennessee, part of the UAP caucus but not the Oversight Committee, said what most Americans fear is true, claiming there is a concerted effort to conceal as much information as possible, both in Congress and to the general public.
So, something you have to add context here, guys, is these senators, these people in Congress, there is no real political platform here. So even though these guys are, you know, you could, they like just like peddling their snake oil or whatever, they just want to get reelected. None of these guys, it's like talking about cheating in video games. None of these guys really have anything to gain from this. I mean, maybe get some voters that are like, the truth is out there, right? You got some alien fogies that want to vote for someone that's going to reveal the truth, maybe. I think that's a pretty small portion of the population when identity politics are basically dominating everything, right? There's a lot of hot topic politics that are not fucking aliens. So the motivation even for people in Congress to like see this stuff is basically them. They think that it's either their civic duty or they personally want to figure this out, right? So there's actually personal interest here from these parties that are all trying to kind of do the same thing from different backgrounds. And they have their own little unique take on things, which all kind of are leaning towards the same thing. They can't tell us about this because apparently it's classified, I guess. But yeah, like that's generally a good sign. What the public fears is true is maybe not fear as much. I mean, if they're covering something up, that means we're just getting closer to uncovering it, right? And it's not really what am I fearing about the cover-ups from the alien cover-ups, right? Nothing really. Just burning money into F-22s and B-52s and F-35s and, you know, all our super advanced takes. Fucking Elon Musk is making spaceships and starships, you know, Starship, and burning all of his money, right? Yeah, on something that can easily just be replaced. Yeah, because we have Stargate or whatever, who knows? Yeah, you know, I guess there's that. There's the whole financial, you know, shoveling money into a literal fucking bonfire, but, you know, beyond that, like, I'm not like, oh my god, we know about the aliens, you know, like, it hurts me in some way. It doesn't really, but, like, not really fearing it. It's actually kind of cool that this is actually coming to pass. This is actually happening, so. Where it's going, however.
I asked very specific questions and was unable to get specific answers, he said.
Why this needs more,
and we're not going to stop until we get
publicity, guys. More people need to talk
but
about it.
Others were more optimistic, with Rep. Eric Burleson, RMO, telling reporters that the briefing gave lawmakers a direction to go next, and that's the key thing. I think that some people were looking for things. This was not the venue to determine those things, but for me, I got a lot of clarity, he added. Representative Robert Garcia, D. Califf, meanwhile, said it's reasonable to contend that everyone that was in the room received probably new information.
That's good. So it is also true that maybe the scope is wrong, which is people are looking, you know, like for information on Area 51 or whatever, right? You know, that's not really what's going on as much as trying to make things more transparent and moving things forward, right? They don't really have the exact answers they're looking for, which is entirely possible, or they could be hiding things. Either way, it doesn't matter. But at the same time, things are moving forward, and it's always important instead of treading water, which is basically what is happening for Arrow for like the last 9 months, at least as far as the public is concerned. Things are slowly inching forward. Apparently quarter at a time at this point, but I guess if the aliens are trying to reveal themselves, they're doing a really slow job of doing so. I mean, yeah, just guess another year. What's 2024? Maybe 2025 is when we're going to get to learn, you know, who knows? Who knows at this point, right?
Garcia earlier this week introduced the Safe Airspace
Don't get aliens in
Americans
Europe?
Act,
Bullshit.
along with Representative
Bull fucking shit.
Glenn Grothman, RWIS. The bill is meant to close the gap in UAP reporting by
Just read
enabling
about that.
civilian pilots and personnel to report encounters with the Federal Aviation Administration, which would send reports to the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, in exchange for legal safeguards.
Maybe aliens just aren't interested in cavemen. Have you ever thought about that? Maybe they aren't interested in your fires over there. Hmm? I'm sure Europe has aliens as well. There's other. I think it was after the Gersh thing where they talked to other. Gersh said he talked to other agencies or other countries, other spokesmen from other countries or something like that. And apparently, there's other countries that are also engaging and kind of trying to figure out, like they have their own version of like a hidden program to discover aliens and such. They just don't talk about it all, which is entirely possible. Imagine everyone's playing. This is another Cold War of alien technology. That'd be fucking weird. What are the aliens even thinking right now if that's the case? Like everyone's fighting over a piece of a spaceship or something. Meanwhile, we're, I guess, caring about the Middle East, so... publicly caring about the Middle East.
The secrecy around UAP has frustrated and confused lawmakers, who argue that transparency on the topic is crucial for national security. The most publicly visible UAP sightings have been relayed by military pilots, with some even appearing to capture the phenomena on camera.
Yep.
But
A lot of the good
lawmakers
ones
have
are on
argued that when
Aeromill,
they
by the
try
way.
to get more information as to what exactly is happening and what the government knows, they've been stonewalled by the intelligence community, and even from within their own ranks. This is not about whether there are aliens or there are not aliens, Representative Jared
It's a
Moss,
national security risk.
a member of the UAP caucus, said in early December. The problem is when we ask those questions, rather than being provided information that would prove it false, they stonewall the information, and that is what piques the interest.
Also true. So, it isn't whether or not, by the way, so the weird thing is, right? The weird thing is people can lie. People can always lie. But it's gone to the point now where people are worrying about lying. Like, you could always be lied to, right? If people can't prove you're wrong, you generally, putting aside morals and ethics, if people can't prove you're wrong when you lie, then it's really no different than telling the truth, right? It's just whatever truth you choose to tell people. But the very fact that they're stonewalling now means that there's something they're hiding and something they don't want to tell. And probably because they may be thinking that at some point this might come out and they don't want to have repercussions from not telling people. That's I would agree with this perfectly. This is a great strategy here, which is it's not the fact that they aren't lying, it's the fact that they're unwilling to answer, which is weird, right? That means they're so close, people are getting so close to this stuff that now people are contemplating that they can't lie and maintain the lie, right? So we've gone past, just lie about it. You know, it's a weather balloon, right? Hold up the weather balloon in front of the camera and get some pictures and get in the newspaper, right? We've moved past the weather balloon to, hey, look, let's talk about something else. How's the weather? You know, one of those things, right? We've moved past the weather balloon to now they aren't willing to talk about it, which is another answer, by the way. Not willing to talk about something is an answer in and of itself. It depends on what you're talking about and, you know, the context surrounding it, but this right here is 100% true. This is 100% true for any conversation, by the way. So we've moved to the point where they're like, hey guys, how's the weather? Yeah, they've moved to the point where they think that people might figure out what this is, and they might go to jail. So they're fearing repercussions, which is why they aren't going to answer untruthfully, because that means there will be repercussions in the future in which they could be held responsible to what they said, right? So they're unwilling to lie now. So we've moved past weather balloon onto this might actually come out, and I don't really want to go to jail, so I'm just not going to say anything. Yeah, which also is an answer, by the way. I'd agree with this. So it's not even, I agree. It's not even about whether or not aliens exist or not anymore. It's just the fact that people aren't talking about it. They aren't willing to talk about the things that you want them to, you know, answer to, right? Which if they don't know, they could just say, I don't know, or no, right? But they aren't. They're just not saying anything. Ah, that's pretty good. Thoughts on piracy? What kind of piracy? Good morning, Jewel. What is the heart? What does that heart do to help the stream at all? I don't know. It makes little symbols in my chat when you do it, though. Like if you push the button, it makes the symbol pop up. I don't think it actually does anything, but it's a button you can push, so go ahead and push it. You just, I think it's like supposed to be like a reaction on YouTube. That is, it's supposed to be like some sort of reaction. I don't think it actually matters as far as discoverability or information or anything. It adds engagement. I think only YouTube can see that though. I can see it in the chat over there, but I can't. I don't think anyone else can see it. Like I don't have a widget for it in the group chat or the combined chat. Which, by the way, if you're on Twitch, you can't see the combined chat because Twitch doesn't allow combined chats. Every other stream that I'm on currently has a combined chat, except for Twitch. Because Twitch needs to be the pristine walled garden that it is. You must maintain your holiness, guys. You should not be exposed to other platforms. Because if thou was exposed to other platforms, you might wander to those other platforms. Therefore, we can't let your mind wander to what is outside Twitch. And you must maintain your composure. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Twitch. You must be the purity, the one true purity that you are. Yep. Anyways, it's entirely true. Thoughts on piracy, games, movies, and entertainment? IP rights are a thing for sure. Suing people into oblivion should not be a thing. So, yeah, I don't know. You take your pick on that. People need to get paid for what they do, but at the same time, also, people shouldn't go to jail forever simply because they downloaded something or get sued into oblivion, which is basically the same thing as going to jail forever. Because if you can't have a life because you have no money, that's basically the same thing. All right. Let's see. I believe if we watch the video on News Nation, what the fuck is that? What? Wait, a flying robot? The fuck is this CG? Jeremy Corbell, October 2017. The fuck is that? It looks like a fucking horror movie. Station 17. A Marine confirms he saw a jellyfish UAP. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's News Nation. They're gonna move the video, guys. 1 day ago. Dude, is this a slow... Is this an Aliens reveal slow drip? What is this? Come on. Apple does better launches than this. Fuck you, Aliens. And stop fucking around with my mouse. So if we watch this guy's gonna mute my VOD. I'm actually kind of curious what this is, though. Fuck. Is this the only place that has a jellyfish UAP? Jellyfish stumps UFO experts. That's still there. When News Nation gets something, by the way, they constantly repost it. Is there... Let's see. Jellyfish UAP. Jellyfish UFO. Just News Nation? Four days ago. Stabilized edit of 2018 Jellyfish UFO. Jellyfish UAP footage. Why did this come out right during the UAP hearing? What the fuck is this? Two days ago, UFO caught on cam leaked video shows Jellyfish UAP allegedly flying over the military base in Iraq. This is kind of economic times. I don't think this is gonna. 2 days ago, 7 days ago. Oh, the aliens at the Miami Mall or whatever it was. Yeah, we covered that too. Probably cops, but you couldn't really tell because then they played footage going the opposite direction. They're like, hey, look, it's the same footage, and it wasn't. Jeremy Corbell releases new Jellyfish UFO. Why is this not on YouTube then? UFO stigma is gone, allowing people to speak out on TMZ. Yeah, hopefully those laws get passed, by the way, that allows people to talk about, freely report UFOs, UAPs to Arrow. That'd be great. Or just in general. Just anonymous database. Jellyfish UAP, 2 days ago. Let's take a look at... I haven't seen this one, by the way. This is new. I want to take a look at the stabilized footage, but... Oh, he has his own channel, right here. Jellyfish UAP October 2018 U.S. Joints Operation Base Iraq. What the fuck? So, by the way, the loud sound you're hearing right now and the fact that this footage is cropped, this looks like a military monitor inside of a vehicle of some kind. This is inside some sort of military, maybe transport or something. Looks like a thermal cam inside of a... You can see like the cropping occasionally moves around on it. This looks like a cropped image inside of a military vehicle. Which is why the loud sound's heavy right now. What? That isn't a short video either, guys. The fuck is this? Why did this pop out right now, too? It's an Apple launch? Well, this is infrared camera, and there's someone operating it. So this is a military... This could be on a Reaper drone. It doesn't say what this is from. You can see based on the height, this is far up in the air, though. And it's obviously someone's tracking it. You have... Reaper drone operators are paid to sit there and look at stuff. That's what they do. You have someone that basically is flying an airplane, more or less flying an airplane, and they're paid to do this. So... And they're relatively designed to track it. This does look like it's like floating very still, like if you're looking at it, right? But those spheres that we saw basically were flying very linear trajectory too. They aren't like airplanes. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of like a droid robot from like Star Wars. You know, the flying things? Yeah. This reminds me, I don't know, it's a jellyfish. It reminds me of droid flyers from Star Wars. What are those things called? Very cool, by the way. These guys. Like that? Is Star Wars just a slow leak? Are the aliens like literally invested in our culture right now? Was Star Wars too good for what it was? George Lucas didn't actually come up with it? Yeah. This looks an awful lot like that. It's not exactly the same, but it has very similar qualities, doesn't it? Viper probe. Yeah, I mean, if you need a bunch of tendrils to do something, Yeah. It's a party balloon. Maybe. That doesn't really look... It could be a party balloon. I mean, they're dropping medicine balls. They're dropping metallic medicine balls out of airplanes to spoof F-18 pilots. So, I guess this could be another one. This is a little less reliable. Staging can be done. This, putting aside the footage here, right? And it seems like it's from a military vehicle, which is why I commented on the sound. This isn't some sort of military or industry application, which is generally military, right? So this is on a monitor in a military application. Putting that aside, that can all be staged. Since this is not from the military, we could say, oh, this is for views, right? This is not entirely just this could be spoofed. This could be a spoof, right? I would possibly say this isn't, but it could be. This 100% could be CG nowadays, right? Since it's not from the military and since they didn't confirm it, this could very well be spoofed. But this isn't from Arrow. So, like, we can't go, oh, look at the medicine ball falling from the airplane, haha, right? This is someone getting views. Someone getting views on their, looks like a probe droid for the Empire Strikes Back. No fucking shit. People on the ground seem not to be able to see it. Interesting how it pulses cold and hot thermal. Yeah, also that, I don't know if they're it seemed like they're switching back and forth between thermal and no thermal. It could be it's malfunctioning, too. So if it's on the ground, it could be that there's some sort of cloaking field, directional cloaking field on the ground or something. Something that obscures it from vision, which we're actually getting close to ourselves, right? They aren't perfect, but if you've actually looked at some of the material, I mean, this could also be CG, too. That'd also be why they aren't responding to it, right, as it's fake. Let's see, we have, they just came up with transparent wood, by the way, which is actually a big deal, because wood has some great qualities to it. You guys missed this. It's actually a big deal right now. This is wood. It's actually clear. Yeah. That's kind of neat. And apparently this was discovered as someone wanted to see, how the, basically the intravenous system of a plant works. He wanted to make something where he could see it without, X-ray. And he came up with clear wood. Yeah. It's actually really cool. That's a new thing. That's pretty crazy. And replacing clear glass panes with wood. I don't know if you'd ever want to do that because wood also rots, so yeah. I mean, to be fair, you could make a house out of wood that is alive, and then you could just see through it, right? But then you wouldn't want it because it'd grow out of shape, so maybe not. Maybe that wouldn't be a good idea. Possibly. That's clear wood. That's actually a thing now. Not in a commercialized application yet, but it's a thing. What was I even going to look for? I don't remember what it's searching, guys, and I just popped up with transparent wood in my mind. I was like, oh my god. Oh, camo. See-through camo. Oh. They're working on it. It's getting close. Not exactly there, though. Like that. So it's not actually hiding the person behind it. So, this is real life, by the way. This is stuff we are already designing in real life. I'm not going to click on the video. I want to get my VOD muted. Basically, reshapes the light, or not reshapes it, basically it bends the light around. It's like, you know how you have glasses, right, and you can change with the reflection, right? It basically changes the reflection in such a way where it actually basically looks at the stuff, you're looking at the stuff around it. Which is very much like a cloak. So even if you're like, oh my god, there's no way that aliens have cloaking technology because we don't even have it, right? They're getting very close. This one looks like it's electric, though, which is a bunch of really small panels on it. So these are a bunch of really small screens, right? But basically, it's just a way of playing with the light. And I guess that's that's essentially what you could do if you're an alien, right? So the whole idea that aliens would have like cloaking technology or whatever ways to fuck with, like, people are like, oh my god, if there's aliens around, why isn't everyone recording it? So we're actually pretty close to, you know, like being able to hack phones ourselves, right? Well, not very close. We're able to hack phones ourselves. Imagine what aliens can do with a couple hundred years on us or 1,000 years on us in terms of how they could mass delete information. Yeah, from our cryptic fucking analog, or not analog, cryptic digital systems. Yeah, kind of a big deal, right? So the whole idea that you're like, oh my god, there's no way that this thing can be cloaked, right? People should be able to see it. We almost have cloaks today, and we aren't aliens, right? We're fucking humans. We're down here banging our sticks together and setting fires. So. That totally looks like a probe droid from Star Wars. Not exactly, but very, very close. Once again, it's not actually an alien, it's a UAV, right? This looks like a robot. So, just like the spheres we saw flying around, if you're on Mars, wherever, right? We send UAPs. We don't send, or not UAPs. We send, well, we do send UAPs. We just know what they are. We send, you know, crawler drones and little quadcopters, right? It's the same thing. They're doing the same thing. So this isn't military, and this very, very much could be staged and fake. So, I mean, the source appears to be military, but the source of the information itself is not, which is James Cordell, or wherever it is. Could be a party balloon, too. Flying. Yeah, that's a party balloon. I mean, we figured out the Mylar medicine balloon, so this is definitely very likely a party balloon. Yep. Well, this is a new one. I wonder if this is intentionally released. Like, he knew that the thing was coming up with Congress, so he's trying to play off Congress. Congressional hearing. Once again, if you take into context whether or not this could be real or not, because it's just from a rando online, like supposedly a renowned rando online, this could be fake, easily be fake. You need some sort of film or CG expert to weigh in on this, on whether or not this is real or not, where they do frame-by-frame analysis and shit that I can't do. Where they compare, like, overlays and, you know, effects people use to hide stuff, right? Whether or not it's CG or not. Very interesting. Ah, totally Lara Croft in real life. Got it. Does it look more like a creature than a ship? No. I mean, you could say a lot of stuff, a lot of things are inspired. A lot of creativity is inspired from nature, right? So, this guy right here looks an awful lot like Star Wars Reaper's probe, which is probably artistically inspired by jellyfish. So I wouldn't say, I don't think this does not look like a creature of some kind. This literally looks like a droid, UAP, UFO, UAV, whatever you want to call it. My wife and I saw it over Damascus, Syria, in the late afternoon in August 2023. So this is supposed to be the guy that filmed it? My wife can see what I see. Good for you. By the way, while I don't visit Twitter because I wanted 2 hours of my life back every day, or hour and a half of my life back every day that I was spending on it, I do miss constantly being up to date with this stuff, which I'm sure it's all over Twitter right now. Good job, alien xenobiologists. We're ready, though. So it looks like a pro from Star Wars, assuming this isn't CG. Makes you wonder if aliens are slowly introducing us to the concept of alien technology, and Star Wars wasn't necessarily inspired as much by George Lucas as possibly spitballed to him by some unnamed rando when he was on a drunken college bender. It really makes you think of the possibility that things are being shaped here to expedite us down the path from monkeys clacking sticks together and making fire to well-adjusted spacefaring civilization. But unfortunately, because this is YouTube, like, the comments get buried immediately. No one's going to see that. Bird, it's a plane. I mean, this is very good footage, assuming this is real. This is extremely good footage. And nothing, absolutely nothing we have looks like this, by the way. Maybe make this out of a drone. Maybe. You could probably, I mean, it'd be making like whirling sounds right now and everyone would be looking at it, right? You could totally make this with a drone. More so, like, I'd say this is more likely if this is to be fake CG as opposed to a drone. Kind of weird, the original video. Like, look at this, guys. This is YouTube. Look at this. It says 22,000 views, and that's it. 3 days. That's pretty pitiful. Beyonce releases a new signal. It's like tens of millions in like 2 days. Pretty pitiful. You think we would be, like, people would be more on top of stuff like this, right? This is going back and forth between hot and cold. I wonder if this is doing this to match the atmosphere behind it. Like, this is thermal cloaking, but it's only if you're looking from the bottom. So obviously from this is looking from the side or maybe even above it, it actually makes it stand out, right? But if this was below it, and whatever's looking at it is changing like a chameleon, it's changing its cloak depending on what's behind it. So it's changing its thermal image based on what's behind it. But then I guess it didn't see the side one. Yeah. Kind of makes you think, like, this looks a lot like a probe droid, right? Yeah, maybe George Lucas wasn't as inspired as you might think he is. Rather, he just got some help from someone. I mean, it literally looks like it has, like, dangly arms that would be, like, the augmented, like, grabbers, pinchers, or a way of, like, if this was a jellyfish, like they're describing, right? These are everything's too rigid. It looks like there's no airflows interacting with it, which is why I think it's robotic. That's pretty crazy. Well, there's that. Jellyfish UFO. Allegedly flying over U.S. military base in Iraq. Jellyfish UFO real. Okay. Lots of reposts on it. Jellyfish UFO footage debunked. UFO had scales like armor. It doesn't look like that. It literally looks like this thing. I mean, armor in general looks like armor. I don't know how much you'd have to be zooming in on it to actually see that. I didn't see scales. Yeah, no, I'd actually... This is... people are thinking about this the wrong light, which is, oh, it has to be a jellyfish or something? No, like, what if Star Wars is just an introduction to space culture? What if Star Wars was the introduction to space culture? Oh my god, they're fucking with my webcam, guys. Oh my god, oh no, oh god, it came back. They're taking me for a second. What if Star Wars was introduction to space culture, and we are becoming cultured through our culture? That's an interesting one right there, guys. That's actually pretty... If we're part of an alien wildlife reserve, and you are preparing them for meeting first contact, you probably introduce alien things into their culture so that they think it's normal, right? Or normal-ish, right? Not that far outside the ordinary, not freak out, not have heart attacks. Just normal. Yep. Kind of weird, like, people are looking at this, it has to be a thing, instead of questioning why it looks so much like a probe droid. UFO Section 51. surprisingly, even though he could have cut out the watermark, he actually left the watermark in here. Goal was try to capture the object's rotation as the camera followed it. It is thermal. You're correct. The imaging that they're using is military, and they're using thermal cameras to capture right now, like a FLIR. I own a FLIR. You can see this object is an actual object, not a smudger in the lens. So, like I said, I think the real issue here is that it could be faked. Not that it's a smudge on the lens, like it's erroneous data, as much as this could be CG, right? This 100% could be CG. Which is, you have to have the source, right? The military is the one that has to release it. You can't trust James Cordell or whoever it is on YouTube. Might even be legs. Like retractable legs. Kind of weird. It would be more interesting if mainstream news actually covered this stuff instead of, you know, whatever dumb shit they're talking about now. Like, yeah, so, like, Michael Sinkowski. They wish to stay anonymous, but they confirmed that we actually had multiple recordings of the Jellyfish UAP with different durations. The problem is, he doesn't have any way of there's no way for anyone outside of him to verify the source. So he has a source, which could literally be him making this up. So we're back to a Gersh scenario, right? This could literally just be this guy getting clicks by making a CG video. And this is the problem with YouTube and why you can't trust YouTube, because not that it looks like I don't want to believe it's real, because I definitely do want to believe it's real, but at the same time I also, as someone that, you know, knows how CG, relatively kind of understands CG, this very well could be CG. There's nothing stopping this from being CG. This whole setup here, putting aside the fans and the whirly gigs going on in the background here, it could just be CG. So, like, they take the original footage, then they put something on top of it, which would be the alien, the drone, and like the whole thing could be set up putting inside the monitor itself, which you're like, oh, it can't be on top of the monitor, right? The video itself could be fake, and then the whole setup itself is just a studio or whatever. Unfortunately, this is why you need, like, more people in the military that actually come forward with this stuff, because then it's credibility, right? But then they also, like we just talked about earlier, they don't want to be crazies. They don't want to be people to know that they're crazy, right? Who wants to be the crazy guy? They have a career path set out for themselves, which is why it's anonymous too. And putting aside the whistleblower part, which Gersh apparently set up already. Those guys always like that. Yeah. There is also some understanding for why it needs to be secret, though, right? Which we just talked about. Like, once again, not identical. Not identical, but probably won't be identical. If you have someone that's on a drunken bender with George Lucas describing what he saw or what he thinks an alien droid looks like, this is George Lucas's interpretation of a story he heard from someone. So, yeah. Yeah, this here looks like this is the egg after the chicken. This is the chicken, and this is the egg, right? Yeah, so he wasn't given a picture of it. He was described what it looks like. Or he saw it himself, and he's going from memory. Or he saw it in a dream, which could definitely be beamed in there, too. He doesn't need to have a real-life acquaintance. He could have saw it in a dream, right? But this very much looks like this thing. Just in mannerisms, too, and how eerily they fly around. Kind of presence they maintain. Very much reminds, if you've ever seen the probe droids in Star Wars, they remind you a lot of these things, of this thing. It's all well-known footage, by the way. On Arrow Mill. Old footage. It's all the original stuff. Not sure what that is, but... Or that. That looks like Stargate to me. Yeah. It's a guy on his bike. Party balloon. We figured it out. It's already a party balloon. Just think someday our most advanced technology could be in color. This is horseshit. Oh. Well, luckily they're debunking everything, guys. Luckily they know what a thermal camera is, so... And the military definitely does not use thermal cameras at night, ever. They definitely do not use thermal cameras. Actually, this is during the day, isn't it? Like it's daytime. Actually, I don't know if that's daytime or not. That's tough to tell. I don't know if that's daytime or night. But the military 100% uses thermal cameras. Because it turns out a lot of things that go boom, or try to make things go boom, put out heat signatures, which is what thermal cameras are really good at detecting, because they're a thermal camera, right? Yeah. Luckily, just someday our most advanced little peacock face here. Just things that someday our most advanced technology could be in color. This is for sure. Oh my god. Well, you know, maybe there's a reason aliens haven't talked to us yet. That's my favorite comeback, by the way. Is you are the reason aliens haven't talked to us yet. That's good stuff. Anyways, I didn't know this one existed. This is actually brand new. So yeah, this popped out. Which is weird because there's so many of these, but apparently no one's seen it prior to this, so this could still be CG.
I just saw an orb of light and it looked like a jellyfish, see-through jellyfish. I have seen one before on a Hebridean island.
This totally sounds like it's Europe. Who is it? Who is in chat saying that they don't have aliens in Europe? Fuck you.
I've got drone footage of it. I said.
That looks like a balloon. Or CG. That looks like a heart-shaped balloon. Actually, no, that looks like CG. No, oh no, that's a party balloon. They make balloons with more balloons inside of them. I've seen them before. It very much looks like a party balloon. Like with separate balloons inside of it. Or CG.
But I was rushing around trying to
Some
find
joker
my
is litter.
Canon camera, sort it out to take a picture of it.
Yeah, that wasn't what we're looking at, by the way. That was in the military footage.
I got a bloody drone with me. I could have set the drone to 50 frames per second on 4K and sent it up to film it. It obviously wasn't human, whatever it was. It was like, it was about the size of a balloon, but it was moving about like it was alive, and it had internal.
Wind currents, especially near a
movements,
beach, can be erroneous or
you know,
erratic.
like a jellyfish does. And it was moving. It won't.
That looks like one of those balloons with extra balloons inside, or it could be CG. This isn't okay. This is why we don't go to YouTube to look for footage for like UAPs, guys. So. Jellyfish Spaghetti Monster. Does no one want to call it a Star Wars probe droid because they're going to get DMCA'd by Disney? Is that what's going on here? All the news websites are afraid of calling it a Star Wars probe droid because then they'll be DMCA'd by Disney. Yeah, so once again, this is why I don't go down, I don't just type in UFOs into YouTube and just scroll down the list, because clearest footage of the 10-foot shadow alien in Miami Mall. We looked at this a couple days ago. And it didn't... Yeah, this looks like someone's taking liberties with the original footage at this point, so you can't really... It also looks like that looks like CG too. Whale dick, obviously. That looks like CG. They have better customer service. You didn't pay for the customer service. You have to pay extra to get good customer service in airlines now. Karen. That looks like CG. So, once again, this is why we don't look through YouTube for UFOs. Compilation of all jellyfish-type UFOs spotted. Just playing off. This is a new video just playing off of the one that was just released. Cruise ship captain who witnessed a giant black jellyfish UFO 3 days ago.
Drone on board, so I thought it would be a nice night to catch a sunset. I had the drone in my hand, and someone said, "What's that?" And we look up, and there was, I put it on TikTok, it looked like a black jellyfish, a gigantic black jellyfish, and it sailed right over the retreat, directly through the center line of the ship, right through our X and our stack, and just floated through. Thing was, we had no wind, maybe 5 knots at the time, but this thing was cruising along about 10, 15 miles per hour, just cruised right over, and as it passed the stern of the ship, it went a couple 100 meters, maybe 300 to 400 meters, and then it started to descend into the water. But because it was sunset, we couldn't put a rescue boat down to go see what it was, but it disappeared.
So, there's actually, putting aside the legitimacy of this, by the way, guys. Well, I mean, TikTok's just a popular medium. That's where everyone puts their shit nowadays. You know, people just turn off their brain and watch TikTok. By the way, TikTok's like a cancer. You will literally go in there and you'll just lose you just lose time. It just disappears. You don't even know what you're watching anymore. I did that for a little bit. It's actually scary. It's like amnesia. You just go and watch a TikTok and you won't be able to remember what the TikToks were like four videos earlier. 3-4 videos are gone. Just TikTok, just don't do it, guys. Don't do TikTok. Don't do it. Friends don't let friends do TikTok. Putting aside, so anyways, putting aside the legitimacy of her claim rate here or whatever is going on here, this looks an awful lot like this guy. Not exactly. You know, there's different makes and models of Mitsubishi, right? Not exactly the same thing. Very similar characteristics. Once again, we're going back to the Star Wars probe droid. Yeah. George Lucas probably was not inspired as much as had ideas beamed into his brain, is what I'm getting at here. And then we were introduced to alien technology prior to us actually seeing it. So maybe things are accelerating now? If we're starting to see these instead of the spheres, these actually look like worker droids, don't they? But anyways, I'm getting on a segue of a segue here. Is if you have the best place to hide anything on Earth is in the ocean, because we are literally blind. It's not like a remote place in the tundra in the Antarctic or something where, you know, possibly a satellite could cruise over and see something, or some polar bears, you know, like a wildlife photographer could see something, or people could stumble upon it or visit it easily. The oceans are so deep, especially in some places, you need extremely specialized equipment to go and see them. And when you do, like, you're borderline blind, right? You know, the whole thing with the, what was it, the capsule that imploded earlier this year? Yeah. Last year, actually, because we're in 2024 now. Last year. Yeah. The deep sea exploration capsule. Like, there are places so deep in which you'd go down there and there's nothing, you couldn't do anything. Like, we're literally blind as bats. And literally, because that's what our submarines use. They use sonar, right? They use sonar to actually figure out what's going on around them. The perfect place to hide anything on the planet is in the oceans, because we don't apparently care about the oceans. So there is another report from a carrier group in the Pacific. I think it's 2003. I don't remember the name of it. Where they saw they're seeing like triangles. You know, the triangles I showed you before, like flying in formation and on radar, and like they had someone like watching them from the deck outside. And there's verified between a couple different carriers, and they would actually go down into the water and then like come out of the water too. Like, not something that, even if we have drones today, right? Drones don't go into the water. They can't go into the water. I don't think we have drones that are capable of going back and forth between the two mediums, because this really requires different sets of equipment to do it. There's like some that can float, right? But not really go in and go out. Earth is hollow. I mean, it could be. There could be a, you know, you could definitely burrow out something under the ocean. There's no way anyone would find it under the ocean. Yeah, I mean, the Earth isn't hollow, but they could 100% laser out an area under the ocean and make a base under the ocean or in the ocean itself. Like, there's no way anyone would ever know.
Right
8 billion of us, and no one had ever figured it out.
The stern of the ship. It went a couple hundred meters, maybe 300 to 400 meters, and then it started to descend into the water. But because it was sunset, we couldn't put a rescue boat down to go see what it was. But it disappeared into the water, and we have no idea. It wasn't a drone. There was no noise associated with it. So if you want to see our UFO, it's on TikTok.
Here's the plug. Yeah.
I thought it was the drone.
Huh. When was this recorded? Dating that would actually be very interesting. Zero comments. Chip, jellyfish, UFO. That was like from an interview. That's a weird one, that someone actually found two things and put it together. But yeah, so anyways, Mitsubishi has a bunch of different models. If you buy the droid model, you maybe get the upgrade with the extra arms, or maybe you get one with a giant dick to fuck you with. You know, who knows? Anyways, they could always, you have like a basic model or something very similar, and then you put appendages on it, you buy the modular version of it or whatever, you know. But the more interesting thing here is completely unrelated, but very similar, and looks very similar. The slow footage over the top, also, once again, this could be CG.
Thing was, we had.
You should do this on a lunch break or something, you know. Could be CG. The more interesting thing that she should have done, by the way, is asked other people to also take footage of it, and they get multiple angles. If she had multiple angles of this from multiple different sources, this would be absurdly credible, right? Yeah, and the only thing you'd be looking at is what actually is this? At the end of the day, what is this thing? So it could actually potentially be like a balloon of some kind, because it doesn't really look like it's moving. She said it drifted over the top, but the way that heat works and differences, it could actually cause it to kind of levitate and kind of loof over the top and then settle in the water, right? If it's actually like a balloon or something. Not as credible as this one, but very similar look to him. Always a balloon. I mean, that's... what else do we have to go off of at this point, right? Yeah. Interesting. Anyways, I didn't even know this one existed, and apparently there's a new one. Hopefully someone submits that to Arrow. I guess they're working on laws to help pilots. So does it include ship pilots, right? Because if you captain a ship, you're actually piloting a ship. Actually, the person that's in charge of the wheel is piloting the ship. So would the new whistleblower laws apply to ship pilots too? I don't know. 2 years ago. Oh, here it is. Is this the original one? Yeah, and then she didn't actually have the... Said you had to go to the TikTok to see it, and the other guy put the TikTok in it. Cruise tips. This is on a channel that's about cruise tips. Captain Kate's TikTok. Captain Kate. Oh, don't make me sign up. Please don't make me sign in. Captain Kate's also a cutie. Adding random shit to your TikTok video is not helping things, though, Captain Kate. Doesn't look like a drone.
What is? I thought it was the drone.
Captain Kate, please, Smokey. Captain Kate probably has 12 pool boys. Because she works on a cruise ship with pools. Potentially could still be a balloon. That looks like it kind of floats, right? And it's floating down. Carol Baskin's first husband. What? Trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Yep, the aliens are trying to reach us about our cruise ship's extended warranty. It's Mary Poppins. Did you watch Jeremy Cornell's Jellyfish UAP video? I just did. Yep. He knows where the referrals are coming from now. Like, literally look at this, guys. Like, all the comments are really, really fucking old. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right here. Right here. Sort by date? Nope. Because TikTok is a cesspool, and it's next to impossible to actually sort anything or get meaningful information. You just have to get fed by the algo, guys. Pretty cool. Anyways, this was not actually what we were looking at. We were looking at this. Another take on... I'm pretty sure if I watch this, guys, my video is going to get muted, and I really don't want the VOD to get muted because I want to make a highlight out of this, so... we aren't going to watch News Nation because News Nation is going to mute my stream. I think. I don't remember what News Nation does. Like, if it actually muted part of the VOD, I'd be fine with that. But if they force me to remove the VOD, not fine with that. If I just can't get monetized, I don't care. So they just had a congressional hearing. This is another take on it. We already looked at the Hill one. See if they got anything else.
Washington, News Nation, some members of Congress received a classified briefing on unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, Friday, though many told News Nation they were far from clarity about the US's encounters with them. I'm more concerned than I was going into the secure meeting room, and I think that they have a lot of questions that remain unanswered, Democratic Representative Raja Krishnamurthy of Illinois told News Nation.
I think he told a lot of reporters
some lawmakers have called for increased transparency, and the outcome of this briefing could contribute to them learning more about the government's knowledge on the matter. I think what most of the American people fear is true, is that the government, there's a concerted effort to conceal as much information as possible, both from Congress and to the general public, said Republican Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee. Thomas A. Monheim, the Inspector General of the intelligence community, briefed the House Oversight Committee after a surge in UAP interest last year. This was not the first briefing lawmakers have gotten on UAPs, but Representative Tim Burchett, R. Tennessee, among others, has expressed frustration at what he calls a lack of transparency. Burchett believes the Pentagon is holding back even in the briefings. Lawmakers' responses have varied. Some expressed satisfaction with the information the intelligence community shared and said it provided some clarity. Others shared a different perspective, raising concerns about the intelligence community supposedly withholding information on UAPs. One lawmaker went as far as to describe a concerted effort to conceal information about UAPs.
UAPs? Is that USPS? The next generation of... It's an Amazon delivery drone. Oh my god, we figured it out, guys. It's delivering. This is how they deliver. This is how Amazon gets packages in Iraq. This is package delivery in Iraq. It's Amazon drones. Oh, why didn't I think of that earlier? That's crazy, right? That's crazy. It's an Amazon delivery drone.
There is a movement, whether it's within the intelligence community or not, to prevent us from finding out more information on this, said Republican Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida. So, we are going to do what we need to do as investigators to continue to pull on whatever strings and see where they lead. According to briefing notes obtained by News Nation, lawmakers asked about allegations raised by Air Force veteran David Grush, who, as a whistleblower, shared exclusive details with News Nation before testifying in Congress. Grush brought his concerns, including classified information, to the Inspector General that couldn't be disclosed publicly. In his News Nation interview, Grush claimed the government has recovered non-human spacecraft of exotic origin. He claims he's seen evidence of a secret UFO crash retrieval program.
Yep. Really anything new outside of what the Hill reported on?
Friday's briefing allowed lawmakers to speak one-on-one with Monheim about those claims and what's been done to further investigate them. Luna told News Nation that she believes Grush to be a credible witness and plans to invite him back to Capitol Hill for more conversations about his claims. Mr. Grush has made allegations that we're still trying to figure out the veracity of and we haven't gotten the answers that we need, Krishnamurthy said. Garcia called the intelligence officers serious professionals, navigating a very serious topic, and he supported what they shared. Friday's hearing follows bipartisan efforts of Representative Robert Garcia, D. Califf, and Representative Glenn Grothman, R. Wisk, who introduced a bill to encourage commercial pilots to report sightings of UAPs.
But does it include boat pilots?
Safe airspace for Americans by encouraging pilots to report any potential sightings to the government. It would also require the Federal Aviation Administration to relay all reports to the...
What about, what about Kate McHugh? What about Kate McHugh? What is she gonna do? What if people take action against her about her jellyfishes flying over her cruise ship? It's pretty short-sighted, Gersh. Or, these guys that are tackling laws only for aviation? Come on now. What about the cruise pilots that want to... Like, of all the people that you think would see UFOs, you have a cruise ship pilot, right? What the fuck is that? That's pretty good.
Who introduced a bill to encourage commercial pilots to report sightings of UAPs. The effort aims to promote safe airspace for Americans by encouraging pilots to report any potential sightings to the government. It would also require the Federal Aviation Administration to relay all reports to the Department of Defense's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution
Cruise
Office.
pilot.
If passed, the bill will enable civilian aircrew, FAA air traffic controllers, flight attendants, maintenance workers, dispatchers and airlines to report UAP encounters
Harbor pilots?
to the FAA.
Yeah.
These
Yeah,
reports
crazy.
will allow the FAA and DOD to investigate potential threats to the nation's airspace.
Good. All right. Well, there's that. But cruise ship pilot. It's good. Not what you... I can't wait to see it on Arrow Mill. When are we going to see this one on Arrow Mill, guys? Not that one. Other video was better. When are we going to see this one on Arrow Mill? Flying over a cruise ship. I mean, that could actually... So, like, the thing about this is if it's not from the military, once again, going back to things, kind of to hammer things down a bit. Going back to the military, there generally is no... There's an active stigma to avoid reporting stuff. But you don't get benefits. You don't get TikTok views. You don't get YouTube views by revealing footage to the military, right? Or what this stuff. So that's the sad thing about YouTube is even if you see this and it looks somewhat credible, you know, it's still someone that's on TikTok and it could just be for views, right? Because she wants to make TikTok. She wants to make money. Money is a powerful motivator for a lot of things, and it ruins the original motivation or the reason people have for doing things, right? I think we milked this. I think this is all we're going to get is just literally they went and had a briefing that's secret and confidential briefing with a Pentagon official, and they can't talk about it. Inside the secret meeting. Is this different? QP classified briefing. Cliff Scoops. This is actually a Twitter reporter that went and interviewed. They went to Congress and actually tried to get them when they're coming out of the meeting. Huh. Jared Moskowitz, this is a senator, I believe. Based on what we heard, many of Grish's claims have merit. He's unlike one we had with previously with the Department of Defense Office of the Inspector General. This one actually moved the needle. Dailymail.co.uk. Ew. We're getting outside the scope of reputable outlets, guys.
Despite these promising statements of forward momentum, it is unclear whether or not members of House Oversight were actually permitted to review Grush's official classified ICIG complaint, or what hard facts they learned behind closed doors. Last week, a source with direct knowledge of standard operations inside the U.S. intelligence community's Inspector General's office, ICIG, told DailyMail.com that a review of the complaint would be unlikely. I do not expect that to occur, the source told DailyMail.com. According to the Daily Mail.com's well-placed U.S. intelligence community source, ICIG would likely endeavor to satisfy lawmakers while telling them as little as possible.
Like, we're reading an article literally right next to the tabloids, guys. Oh, please.
The IG, when he goes and briefs Oversight, his job, between you and I, is going to be to make them feel as though they're getting information, this source said, and basically tell them nothing. This source believes attorney Thomas Monheim, the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and his staff would be forced to juggle the expectations of multiple competing congressional committees. He's in charge of what he's going to tell them, the source told DailyMail.com. I would be very shocked if they hear the same things the Intel committees heard, the source elaborated, not because he doesn't want to tell them, because they're Congress. But because HPSCI, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and SSCI, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, have probably said to him, hey, we are your committees of jurisdiction, not oversight, so this source advised. Nevertheless, Representative Moskowitz presented a carefully worded comment on the progress made by the committee and the roadmap ahead in their quest for answers about the government's closely held, long-rumored UFO portfolio. Let me just give you a hypothetical, because I am not going to share anything from a classified briefing, the Florida congressman began. If someone makes 10 claims, and then someone says, well, we didn't look into all 10, because they weren't all in the report. But, hey, we found these 6 very credible, Representative Moskowitz said, well, then you'd want to go attack those 6.
Yeah. Kind of a surprisingly well-written, articulate article from what looks like a tabloid website. Did someone get their writing degree from college, and this is where they ended up? And well, here we are on dailymail.com, dailymail.co.uk. National Enquirer of UK, yeah. But like what they're mentioning here isn't like, this isn't tabloid shit. Like they're directly quoting people. Yeah, which isn't generally a tabloid thing. Yeah, unless they're just making shit up, which they maybe could. But a lot of these quotes are basically almost identical to the other websites we're looking at. It's literally the Inquirer, yeah. Yeah, but we're between the pimple popping videos and the celebrity videos, and I'm sure there's some on here about the King Arthur, the new King of England, not Arthur, the new King of England. There is this succinctly wrote article about the UAP hearing on Friday. Like, what the fuck is this? Matthew Pelson, senior science reporter for Daily Mail. I mean, I guess, I guess. Okay. I think like I said, we pretty much milked everything. That had a little bit extra in here, but I don't think it's made up. There's direct quotes in here. Their insider, which may or may not actually be a real person. Maybe they're just trying to spin things a little bit more to get more views or something. I'm not sure. But there's a little bit extra there that wasn't in the other articles. But all the articles we looked at here largely collaborate with each other, meaning they're just quoting the same sources and talking about the same thing.
Historic hearing on Capitol Hill today. The witnesses detailed some of the unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs, those experiences that they've claimed to have seen to a House oversight
CBS might
committee.
mute me. I don't think so, but they might.
Testifying include former Intel officer David Grush and 2 former Navy pilots, David Fravor and
Watch
Ryan
that.
Graves.
That was good. It
Graves
was like
opened
we
up
watched all
testimony
2.5 hours of
adamantly
that. That's pretty
claiming
good.
There is a significant number
Never
of
watched anything else from
unreported
Congress.
UAPs in our airspace right now.
As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace.
This is just
but
a
they are
recap.
grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots.
Birch
trained
lost all his
observers
hair
who
trying to do
depend
this,
on
by the way,
accurate
guys.
identification
So
are frequently witnessing these phenomena.
David Kipping now. He's an associate professor of astronomy at Columbia and director of the Cool Worlds Lab. That's a nice name. So, David, tell us, first of all, let's just rewind a little bit. I grew up saying UFOs. We hear UAPs. What's the difference, and what are some of your takeaways from today's
Recap.
hearing?
Is there anything new here?
UAPs is really just a rebranding, right? Unidentified flying object is now an unidentified aerial phenomenon. It's just a change in the name. But I think that's to try and get around some of the stigma. I think pilots had some concern about maybe reporting the idea of seeing a UFO in the past.
I should be a professor,
UAP
guys.
has maybe lowered that. And I think what we're seeing in Congress today of this becoming more and more mainstream is making it easier. It's reducing that impetus, that barrier for pilots to eventually report things that they see.
And apparently there's been an increase in the number of reported UAP sightings. What's fascinating to me is that the testimonial from sightings, there's been an
That might just be cover art.
increase in the number of reported UAP sightings. What's fascinating to me is that the testimony often comes from pilots and folks in the military, and sometimes there are foreign governments testing out their own technology that make.
Oh, that'd be scary if foreign governments can do that, and
have our own cell phones and technology.
we have no idea what they are.
Happening. Why do you think we're seeing this uptick?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's
Everyone has cell phones.
now than we've ever had before.
Everyone has cell phones, and we're probably being introduced to aliens.
It's huge. It's
Just it's a slow Apple release. So you know, Apple releases their cell phones.
So even if
they're doing that now. I'll start with Star Wars probably.
Of those hours that they're flying, they see something spurious, see something strange that they can't identify. That would still lead to over 500 strange reports every year. So it's quite possible just the increase in our ability to observe the sky is leading to this increase. But also I think there's a psychological reinforcement effect. I mean, if you go to Iceland, over half of Icelanders believe in elves and fairies, whereas in the US, it's over half of Americans believe in aliens. So, you know, this is kind of a cultural thing. If you see something strange that you can't quite explain, what does your brain inject as the explanation? And for us, we're kind of preconditioned on the idea of aliens in this country and many other countries that we tend to put aliens into that gap. And I think that may be what's happening in many of these claims of alien activity.
Well, that's a statistic I did not know, that half of Americans believe in aliens. David, I'm also interested.
What? So, they're aliens but not aliens is what he's saying. Anyways, the idea of fairies, what do you say, fairies and something else? I mean, it could just be, like he's talking about folklore, right? And these are a little bit different than folklore, although folklore could have been just also aliens, too. Aliens colloquial, a colloquial term for stuff that aren't from Earth.
UAPs. I was actually struck by the fact that there isn't one. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, I think it could certainly be useful to have a single source to collect this data in a uniform way. I guess the problem as a scientist, looking at it objectively, is that it's not so much the quantity of data that we're collecting that really matters, but the quality. So if I was going to look again at these pilots collecting these reports, how do I evaluate the error rate of those pilots? It's no good giving me, you know, loads of junk data where there's an extremely high error rate. I only want the very best, highest quality data with well-defined, quantifiable uncertainties and measurements. And so just merely having a huge data dump probably isn't enough. I would hope that there'd be a lot of vetting and quality calibration.
Everyone wants more?
What ultimately goes into that.
Yes.
It's incredible. We're showing just some of the footage of these UAPs. One of them is like this sphere that seems to be moving at its own speed through space and time. And it's interesting you say that we kind of fill the gap maybe with what we want, whether that's fairies, elves, or aliens. Talk to me, though, about the stigma. Because if you go back to the 1950s, those who reported seeing a UFO in New Mexico...
Then they made Star Wars.
You know, well, described as people with tin hats and
Yeah,
and
exactly.
conspiracy
It's a
theorists.
fill-in word.
Has that changed? Are we more accepting now, or not so much?
Oh, definitely. I think so. I mean, certainly as an astronomer, we are talking about UFOs and UAPs in academic circles, right? Which is unthinkable even 5-10 years ago.
I mean,
So
it
this-
shouldn't be, to
what's
be perfectly
happening
honest.
in,
Why
you know,
why would
with
it be?
Congress today,
Have astronomers thought about how big the galaxy is? And if they have, why they're like, hey, we are an infinitesimally small speck in the galaxy. How likely is it that something else is sentient in said galaxy? And they're like, hey, what if we expand that odds not only to today, but has been sentient at some point in the life of the galaxy, right? There's what sort of argument would you make for there not being sentient alien life at that point? There's nothing you could literally say. The galaxy is so fucking big. Everything outside of Earth is so big that it would exist somewhere. There's no way that it wouldn't exist somewhere. Then it's whether or not they're actually here or they've talked to us or if they've been here, right? Yeah. Your computer's fantastic. Thank you. So is your computer. We're just talking about how you're outdated, by the way, F-22 Raptor.
it's just the tip of the iceberg of a shift that has been happening culturally in our ability
Because
to talk about this. And
there's
frankly,
spheres
as
that
someone
move
who
insanely
looks
fast and
for
fuck around
life
with
in the universe
F-18s.
As an astronomer, this is great.
F-22s.
Because what I used to do and still do is to look for life around other planets. That was considered a kind of fringe and out there. And so, if we're looking for UFOs
Shouldn't
and
be.
UAPs now,
It's
and
crazy.
that's considered mainstream, then what I'm doing is considered like really safe. It used to be very hard to get the government to fund searches for alien life. So we've kind of shifted
Eddie?
the window of what's normal in a sense. And so as an astronomer, I'm kind of all for it. It's great that
Eddie,
we are able
privately
to
funded?
seriously do this undertaking of asking one of the most fundamental questions about our existence: are we alone?
I think I'm all for it too. David, do you believe life is visiting us from other worlds?
Oh.
I would need a lot more evidence of what I've seen so far. I'll put it that way. I'm open-minded to it, but I'm skeptical of what I've seen so far. I was really hoping someone at these Congress hearings today would present us with hard.
Yeah, he doesn't
firm
want to say.
evidence,
He
and
doesn't
that
want to be
didn't happen.
ridiculed in
It's
his
still just
circles.
testimony at this point and some grainy videos. I want to see a piece of
Said
technology
he's
or
privately
biological
funded.
sample, something that would be incontrovertible, and we're still waiting for that.
A great point. My position is if life forms are advanced enough to get to Earth and see what we're up to, they'd be smart enough to hide. If you see what we do
And
on
not
this
crash.
planet.
They seem to crash a lot as well.
Yeah. Well, great to chat with you about this. Really fascinating. David Kipping, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
We've got more on that military bombardment of terrorist targets in
And don't
Yemen.
care. Back to news I don't care about. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we've basically expended all of... They're not aliens. Peru officials debunk claims that... About the Mexican aliens? Peru officials debunk claims that figures are extraterrestrials. Oh, I guess this is right on January 12th. Literally right on top of the UAP hearing. Or the UAP secret meeting. So, dubious whether or not they were actually real. But they did a lot of different tests on them, and there's some scientists that actually thought they're real. It wasn't just, it was more than x-rays. They did MRIs and they did a lot of different things. Carbon dating, MRIs, there's a lot of different things. They just weren't x-rays. Well, there's that. Okay, well, that's how we get there, guys. We've milked it dry. Now we gotta wait another 3 months for anything useful. As aliens do their Apple launch. Again, they probably did it in the 50s and then we killed them, so they're like, maybe we should wait a little bit. When did Roswell happen? When did the Roswell accident happen? 1947. Roswell incident. Owner style may not reflect encyclopedic tone used them for Wikipedia. Ah, so 1947? I mean, what? We're 23 years away from 100 years after that, so maybe they're working on the launch of introduction of aliens in 2047? Would be 75 years. 22. We already passed 22. Well, I mean, that's when Arrow was formed. $75 would be a really weird number. Maybe they picked 75. Maybe it's every 25 years they reevaluate us on how weird we are and whether or not we're willing to accept them. What would have been in 50 years? That would be 97? Yeah, we weren't ready for aliens in 97. Posing with the debris. Yeah, to show you that it's a Mylar balloon. Yep, it's a weather balloon, guys. We showed you that it's a weather balloon because we had a weather balloon here that we just showed you. True story, but you can't figure it out anymore. Ah. Glenn Dennis and Walter Hutt opened a UFO museum in Roswell. It literally looks like an old movie theater. Yep. Museum and research center. That's how you know it's legit. Okay. Alright, enough of that, guys. Now we have to wait 3 months again. So, well, that happens. You're not outdated, I'm a 5th generation fighter. Yeah, well, that's what happens when aliens show up. That's why we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, so if we have access to alien technology, we're pissing away a shitload of money on things like you, which is an F-22 Raptor. All that money, all the economic money, we're flushing down the drain because we have alien technology. If true. Okay. Let's see. What time is it? Let's turn this into a highlight, guys, I guess. Yeah, we milked that for all it's worth. That's done. Now. What was this? He opposes the threat, you know? And it's to edit, like, different things. Done and done. And done. Bam. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And then... fire it off, guys. people can watch it in SD. Yes. Okay. Done and done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, guys. So putting aside taking a little break there, guys, that was like what, 10 minutes? Not just basically 10 minutes. Took me like 5 minutes to highlight it and then 5 minutes to edit, like finish it touching it up on YouTube. Yeah. Remember when we were trying to fucking make highlights on YouTube? Oh my god. On YouTube itself. It's absolutely terrible. No. Editor's terrible. The limitations of the editor itself is fucking terrible. It's just the whole experience is bad. Okay. Moving on, guys. So, changing gears here. On to talking about UAPs. Apparently they're
where there's an extremely high error.
75. Maybe it's every 25. Moving on, guys. So, change. Let's turn this into a highlight, guys. I guess. Yep, done. Yes. Okay. And done. It's too long, but you have to describe what it actually is a little bit. Not, hey, here's 5 tips to see aliens that you might have thought existed. Six months or 9 months? Pregnancy months? 9 months? Yeah. It was, they described, I don't remember exactly what they said, but last fall in, at the end of November, when they talked about, what's his name? When they talked to the director of Aero, They said they're going to do reports instead of quarterly. They're going to do them during the summer. Springtime, summer, springtime. It wasn't quarterly anymore. It's going to be like 6 months or 9 months or something. It was some really weird metric that I don't remember anymore. Seminated. Not seminated. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm gonna go grab a water, guys. And wash my face too. I'm kind of tired right now. You're back. Alrighty, guys. Tired or hungry? You decide. Oh, we'll go with hungry. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. How do you guys feel about some almonds? Mm-hmm. Fan of the little containers of almonds. Very nice for, I'm gonna get a bunch of UAP alien stuff on my timeline now, unfortunately. I don't know why Twitch streamer is actually a tag, but it is. Redundant. Busy night, guys. Ah. Yep. Got some nice almonds. Almonds are pretty fantastic. Nonprofits and activism. That sounds like a category I want to watch. Oh, buddy. I guess some people do. That's why it's a category. Done. Done. Public. SD. Yep. PES is still going on right now. Technically, but it's basically done. Mini LED, 500 hertz. It must be an IPS panel. Yep. Either OLED nor TN. I don't want to look at finger paints. Yep. I think I was hungry. Time will tell, though. Eating is like one of the worst things you can do right before bed, because your body doesn't process things better, or process things well, but it also tends to wake you up. My desktop makes you do the S thing. I can't say the S word. Oh my god! Don't be that way, Zach. Do you need the number for the helpline? Want me to show you a magic trick? Aliens do exist. I love doing that. Honestly, almost no one knows that you can actually do this. Well, if you watch my stream, you probably see me do this on occasion. Almost no one knows that button actually exists. Every day, guys. Does it make you feel better knowing the mess is just covered up by a wallpaper? Or does it make you feel better that the icons aren't rendered on my desktop, but are still there? You don't know how I find my stuff. Let me show you. I open up my computer. I go to my desktop. There's my desktop. It's sorted. It is perfectly sorted. I can use the search box. It's right here. I can find everything on my desktop. If you didn't know, your desktop's actually a folder. I have 10 like AMD chipsets. I used to have more NVIDIA driver installers. They've lost out to the AMD chipset installers though. I had to delete them because they were taking up a shitload of space. When I was really hard up for hard drive space when I was playing Starfield. I had like 250 gigs with Starfield installed. It was insane. Everything is here exactly where I need it, so I can find it. Pretty good. Alright, guys. Almonds are good how? Oh my god, migrant workers and water. They're nuts. I like putting nuts in my mouth. They're very tasty, especially when they're seasoned. These have a slight smoky flavor to the nuts. Must be outdoor nuts, you know. Just look good. Don't you just want to put them in your mouth? I know you do. Oh yeah, you do smoke. It's your namesake. They're smokehouse. Look at that. It's like family-made nuts. Alright guys, we're going to play some Overwatch 2 now. We sat here in the podcast section for 4 hours talking about basically a bunch of different things. Overwatch 2 new dev blog, and then we talked about the UAP that's all on exactly on the same day. Sometimes nothing happens in the podcast, guys, and sometimes we sit here and talk for 2.5 hours. 5 hours, actually. We're approaching 5 hours now. We're still going to play some Overwatch 2 here before I'm done. See how fast I pumped out that video, by the way? That was like a wham bam thank you, man. Instant. Workflow is amazing. Now we have to wait 3 months for the next UAP hearing. Alrighty, guys. Off we go. We are going to continue our tweaking. I don't know how much we're going to do tonight. We kind of figured things out well last night, but maybe not really. We'll see how it goes. My performance seems to be very, very erratic in Overwatch 2. Consistency of my aim is very erratic, which is one of the things we're trying to fix. So... vitamin E in these things. And fat, but I don't eat containers of these every day. Nuts in general seem to have a lot of fat in them. But there are arguments as to what good fat and bad fat actually are, and whether or not fat's actually bad for you, like eggs. Oh my god. So the quick replay thing is happening right now, which I guarantee you is absolutely terrible. But we'll see.
Strike from above. Taking off. You were watching the skies on the move. I'm on top of the world.
Well, maybe I'll eat my words, guys. And my nuts. I'll eat my nuts and my words. See? I'm eating my nuts.
Strike from above. Oh, I live for this. Affirmative. Yeah, up and away.
Oh my god.
You might be able to beat me in basketball, but how about a couple of rounds of bowling?
So,
Can't ping it anymore? They like fucked around with the ping system. You can't double ping anymore?
come, can we play with Pampas? Yes. Yeah, I'm with you. That's hard vacuum, baby. Yes. Affirmative. 5, 4. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend the objective A. Let's get this done.
Is that a widow? No. That is a widow.
I see an enemy. Enemy over here.
Can't wait for them to make healing stronger. Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe we can make medkit. No, got the medkit.
Over here. On my way, on my way. Objective A captured. Always more to learn.
You at the end of the year, you just drag your entire desktop into a folder and start over. Oh, that's one way of doing things. Huh.
Up and away.
Yes.
Let's kick this off.
Ow.
Excellent teamwork.
What?
Time for the reckoning.
There's a widow there, apparently.
Making another approach.
Oh my god, those are old specs. It's... those aren't correct. I haven't been on Twitch for like 9 months. It is now a 7950 X3D, a 4090, and a PG248 QP. For now. Thought we got heals.
Okay, my head's in the game.
And if I were to make a recommendation, it would probably be the 7800 X3D and 7900 XTX instead, if you're aiming for a high-end system.
Increasing altitude.
Maybe my monitor. It's tough. You can't really do the same things with cheap monitors. Depends on which one you have and what compromises you're trying to make. Monitor I'm still getting used to and deciding whether or not it's actually worth the money. Ha! He just turned around and ran away. Still has a visor. Oh my god, the Zen timing. Good.
30 seconds remaining.
The time is short. Hold strong.
Draw strength from nature. Taking off. Kitsune is ready to be unleashed.
I used to have nicely set up panels too for Amazon shopping lists and stuff, and Twitch just kept breaking them, so. Oh my god, countdown to splooge. I love a countdown to splooge. And then I eat my nuts. My smoky nuts. That's kind of weird. What do you think he's looking at? Wonder if they have looser matchmaking, like SBMM going on right now, because that didn't seem like a very balanced match. One would even say I'm draining the nuts into my mouth. Sometimes you gotta drain nuts, you know? My mouth is like a vacuum. It sucks up the nuts. Pump, you could say. It pumps the nuts. Wow. No. No.
Going down. Double taken down.
So hungry? I think I was. I'm not nearly as tired as it was a little bit ago.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Not sure what it is because I had a protein shake earlier. That didn't seem to help. That. Kind of does with sodium. Maybe it's the sodium. Oh.
They had this coming, so let's give it to them.
1. Round 1. Capture the objective. Squad up. I have the power.
I thought it was true. Maybe, Get him? No, she went back. Oh, this is a guy from the Lanch earlier that looked like he was very sus as shit. He also looks sus as
Shake it off.
also looks sus as shit, guys.
I need help.
Still looks sus as shit. Alright.
Where's your jetpack? I will not waste this opportunity. All systems nominal.
Incoming.
Thanks for the assist. On the move. وليهم قوتك. Justice rains from above. Let the kitsune guide you. Over here. I don't think so. You are one I see an enemy.
He is very accurate. I don't want any of that shit. Alright. Again. We aren't trying to... By the way, I'm immediately peeking back because I'm pretty sure he has an aimbot. And I don't want to instantly fucking die to him as he's going down. So, we are playing safe. Get him! Oh, no, he's still down. Fucking Christ.
Always more to learn.
What's going on here? Get her? No. Nope. No, he killed me over the fucking wall. Very certain that soldier's cheating. Thought he was in last match too, but I was like, whatever. I don't care. So I'm having fun.
Every battle makes me stronger.
Greetings. Affirmative. 5, 4, 3. Yes. Thanks for the assist. Round 2. Capture the objective. Let's do that again.
Jesus Christ, Doomfist.
Positioning. Taking the point, move in. They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Oh?
I will not waste enemy over here. Enemy here. Double hit check confirmed.
A Mercy die?
Repositioning.
So. Hey, the match is just long enough for you not to give a shit about him. First.
I don't stay down. Overtime. Nerve this. Victory.
Match is just short enough so you don't care that you actually played him. Huh. Yeah, you're gonna report soldier here. Which is... Yeah. Yeah. Kind of a burner account, but not really. It does it 400 hours. And a diamond. What do you think fucking happened here? Okay. Hmm.
Strike from above. Aerial positioning underway. Double kill. Repositioning. Double. My rockets are pure. You were a blinding disguise. Taking to the air. Blasted. Double blessing, but we got it done. Terminated. Double kill. I don't think so. Justice reigns from above.
Pretty good.
Got one. Increasing altitude. Blasted.
Despite the fact the matches are shorter, they seem to be taking just as long to pop, which is funny.
Double kill. Concussive out.
Yes.
Mind the gap.
Fucking weird, guys. So, yesterday in Wisconsin, we got like 3 to 6 inches of snow, and everyone here is freaking out. It's like it never snowed before. Because we've only gotten like 2 snowstorms this year. Well, seemingly like a bounce, like accumulation snowstorms, so like snow that stuck around. We've only gotten like 2. Everyone's freaking out. Businesses are closing early. Everyone's like driving at like 10 miles an hour on the roads and stuff. There's like 1.5 inches of snow on the road. You know, like that's like every winter in Wisconsin ever after a snowstorm or during a snowstorm. Like people forgot what winter's like in Wisconsin, all from one Christmas where we didn't have snow on it. It's pretty crazy. Like we'll have snowstorms where we get like a foot, a foot and a half of snow at once, and you're like, what the fuck's going on with my life? Everyone's freaking out because there's like 3 inches.
Be patient with me. I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer? Affirmative. Press the attack. That's hard vacuum, baby. 4, 3, 2.
Team building exercise, guys. Widow, apparently.
Returning to battle. Catch you later. I require healing. Increasing altitude. Enemy here. I knew I could count on you.
All right, Mercy.
Justice reigns from above. I'm taking double. Don't give these suits to just anyone. Up and away. Enemy over here.
Another very snappy soldier. Not as accurate as the other one, though. He actually kind of misses a little bit.
Hello there.
Core temperature rising.
Establishing aerial position.
Corrected him. Okay, you trying to kill me? Yep. I thought he was on the below.
Time to kick some tail. En route. Increasing altitude. My ultimate is ready.
Some of these nuts are kind of hard, guys. Phone likes hard nuts. Probably should get those checked out, you know, if your nuts are too hard.
I need healing. I require healing. Justice reigns from
Get res. You gonna get it off?
Okay, my head's in the
Nope.
game. Repositioning.
Dead tank's good. Dead tanks are worth a lot of points, guys.
On the move. The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Stuck in a pipe. He came in.
Always more to learn.
Love ends user. Say yeah. So Love Ends is a remote dildo, by the way. It's a remote vibrator. Now, normally people actually ask her that, or them that. That might be a guy. Almost done, guys.
Shake it off.
I see one.
I've got you in my sights.
Yep. Annabelle on the right. Kind of curious what the fuck's happening to the rest of my team right now.
60 seconds remaining. I don't stay down.
Why the fuck would you keep pushing that? Good.
Establishing aerial position. Time to kick some tail. Repositioning.
I am effervescent. You have my name.
Jesus fucking, what the fuck is going on here? Holy fucking shit, what the fuck is going on with our team? Our team keeps getting soloed by like one person.
Making another approach.
Unbelievable. Like, how many times has our team died to like one person pushing them, guys? Why? Got approximately 0 heals after P2 cap. Like an aimbot.
Still got some fight in me.
Don't look at me when I'm putting nuts in my mouth, guys.
Servants never die.
Maybe not.
I've got you in my sights. Feeling spry. The rooster crows at midnight.
My damage spell is upon you.
That's fucking weird. That's not an angle. Box. Now I have to drink a copious amount of water to offset the nuts I just put in my mouth.
Administered. Nano boost administered.
Stay sharp.
Yeah.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Hello.
Like my ultimate is ready. Intercept that payload.
My ultimate is ready. Go. I'll be watching over.
My servants never die. My servants never die. My servants never die.
Huh. Well, it seems to have helped, guys. Putting nuts in my mouth seems to have woken me up, guys. Hmm. Also not really seeing anything here. Ah, the paranoia. Maybe. We're really good at misinformation. I don't know how my teammates got stuck on the right side, like literally last quarter of the match.
I love some dirt. See ya. Bye.
Half the match.
See ya. Can't save
Nice missiles, thank you. Okay, nope. Okay.
Strike from above. Positioning underway. Double kill. En route. down. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Repulsion. Taking to the air. Double kill. I don't think so. Touch the sky.
Missing now.
Messy, but we got it done. Double kill. Blasted. Aerial positioning underway. Double terminated. Dispersing. Double well deserved. Double. Triple. Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. I don't think so. Going down.
Okay.
Double perfect hit. Double kill. Repulsion. Double kill. Establishing aerial position. Whoa! Where's your jetpack? Double. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Over and out. Double. Increasing altitude. Swish. Concussive out.
Why are they missing? Feels like there's more input delay now. Why are you missing?
Double picked off. Double kill. Repulsion.
Yep. Chorizo.
Select your hero. Strike from above. Taking off. Find your strength. We are soon to need it.
Plant the seeds.
No mistakes. No mercy. Why does your face look so familiar?
There's a price on my head in 17 countries. I'm hoping for an even 20.
Yeah, that's it. Stay near my pylons. Over here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective. Enemy over here. 3 hits confirmed. Cutting down on the glare.
And there's a headshot.
Shake it off.
Gracias. Until we meet again.
Taking to the air.
I did that just then. He's the fucking not missing at all. What the fuck's going on there? Just W keying in, which is usually what cheaters do. I'm not talking about the Zarya, by the way.
Stay down.
Enemy over here. Threat detected. Thank you.
Life protects life. Meet your fate.
I see an enemy.
Trying to climb to a med kit.
Tactical visor activated.
Oh my god. Well, there's that. Well, that was fun. Onto a queue that lasts as long as the game. Longer? Yeah. How long was this game? Four-minute game, 3 minutes 40-second game. Oh my fucking god! Like I said, I don't think they fucking knew what they're doing with this, guys. Holy shit! Good. We need to get some water, though.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude. Double. Repositioning. Double. Of the world. I don't think so. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Move back. Up and away. Double notched another. Concussive out.
Yeah, good.
Double. Splash. Blast it. Going down. Taking off. Got your parachute?
Intentional. My fast flicks aren't working right now.
I don't think so.
What?
Justice served.
What? Uh-oh. I see. Next game. Ugh.
Select your hero. Suit, I crashed. I don't crash anymore.
I gave up my father's empire. A misfortune alongside it.
Greetings. Affirmative. 2, 1. Attack commencing.
God. Was it Alari from last match? I don't remember her name.
Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. Leaning up. Crash in the party.
Yeah? Okay. Don't worry, I'll push the payload. Good luck, guys. Oh, okay. Well, I pushed the payload. What? The Helix? What the fuck just happened to my HP? That was a body shot, too. I got, like, body shot by the Widow at the same time I got body shot by the Lari? Bye. Hey, buddy. Why the fuck did the tank follow me? And you into the fucking dragon, too? What?
I don't want to talk about it.
Walk through the dragon to follow me.
Take cover. The tree is gone.
Payload stalled. It's crunch time. Luckily, I can do 1,000 crunches.
Pin you down. Why does she have a six-pack? I don't think the lure is accurate.
effective.
Good. Okay.
Let the kitsune guide you. I require healing. Sorry. Incoming.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, a little bit too soon on the pulls prior to me actually being in danger. As well.
Returning to battle.
I'm with you.
Hey, challenge! I'm on fire!
Oh. And the fucking tank's back.
Let vengeance consume. Warm inside. Time to pick up where I left off.
Over here.
Increasing altitude.
I see one.
Christ. Yep, we had to kill the fucking wheel. Had to kill the wheel. No one wanted to kill the goddamn wheel. Except me. Only one shooting at the wheel. And then I had to fucking use... when I finally got my ult, we had to use it on the healers. And the wheel showed up again. Yes, I know it's a ball, but it spins like a wheel. It's like a ball. It spins on the ground as a wheel. Depends on the direction you look at the ball, right? It's a wheel. Yikes. Not sure why my shots feel off. What's new about that?
down. I don't think so.
Oh, got him.
Increasing altitude. Don't worry. Double kill. Double kill.
Next game. Good.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero. Strike from above. Hello.
Whoops. Whoopsie doodle. All right, Lucio. Buddy. Ah, good.
En route. Up and away.
Okay.
Vapor. All
I'm stuttering.
phenomenal. Increasing altitude. I'm on top of the world. Taking to the air. Secure. Next flashpoint. Justice reigns from above.
Rendezvous at my position.
Apagando las luces.
Yes, this is where we're fighting.
Up and away. I see an enemy. Time for the reckoning.
Ah, we're dead. Thought I got around that too, guys.
Reckoning. Increasing altitude.
It's a low.
Nanoboost administered. En route. Over there. Next, flashpoint.
Focus our attack on objective.
Repositioning. Taking off.
On the move. Focus our attack on the objective.
Oh! Ha 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 ha! I would have died. Yeah. Now the mercy res. He pulled back for some reason. Oh why? Also, my 1% are pretty low right now for some reason. Also, my aim is slightly off, and we're back to 41 and 11. Weird how that goes hand in hand. Maybe we'll try to restart my game after this. I wonder if it's maybe just watching demos fucks up your input.
Establishing aerial position.
Yeah. Parallel linear acceleration and velocity.
I don't think they belong with the point.
The dragon becomes me.
Ah, I'm no longer FPS capped either. At two six, huh? Fuck's a beaver. Hamster? What the frick are you talking about? I'll put my name in there. Let's try restarting my game. Honey? Did you say the name? Huh. You guys have no signal. Yeah. Well, that's kind of weird. If I had to put my finger on something, I'd say that's kind of weird. Why is that? Disconnected the monitor and it's still no signal. Weird. Mentioned that my computer has some really weird issues right now, guys. I'm out of nuts, by the way. I ate all my nuts. They're all gone. Mouth. All gone. Alrighty. Oh, this feels weird again. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with my computer? And I swear to god, I can see the screen door easier. Screen door effect.
Strike from above. Double. When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Yeah, my mouse looks like it's like fucking 60 hertz.
Increasing altitude. I don't think so. I'm taking off. Double maximum impact.
Mouse feels different now.
Double kill. Repulsion. A clean kill.
Yeah.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero. Strike from above.
My god, they changed the warm-up time on this map. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, because warm-up time is actually insanely long for this map, where you just don't do anything.
Hello. Hello. Establishing aerial position. I see an enemy. Excellent teamwork. Okay, my head's in the game.
Good. Good, good.
They took him from us.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight.
Ah.
My rockets are fuel. We need that robot to turn around.
Come to my position. Fall back and we on my way. Take back the lead.
Taking off.
Huh? I got headshot by the Lari, I think? The McCree, because he didn't kill me with the headshot.
Can't let them push ahead.
Enemy here.
Thank you, my friend.
Why are you even in your hamster farm? What the fuck is that?
The robot has been secured.
Okay. Bad placement. Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it. Engaged. Cassidy. Establishing aerial position.
Haven't noticed my accuracy is not what it normally is. If that is not directly apparent.
Making another approach. Aerial positioning underway.
Can't direct for the life of me. Oh, that guy is definitely cheating. Good. I think he's trying to look like he's not. He always shows up at exactly the right moment, too. Fucking hard lock to my face. Yeah. Okay. Jesus Christ. Feels like there's 100 extra MS delay on my missiles. How jittery his aim is. It's like literally vibrating. You know, vibrating. Yeah, vibrating, jittering. Like updating, like in non-real time. Or it's going like, can't even do it with my hand.
Okay, my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway. We're outnumbered. Be advised. Always more to learn.
Barrier denied.
Approaching the final destination.
It's
Justice reigns from above. Approaching the final justice reigns from above. Making another approach.
Yeah, so now there's something fucked up with my setup. Good. Alright. And McCree was definitely cheating. Regardless of what his aim looks like, it was vibrating. There's some sort of weird derp when I fucking... Right there. Fuck is that? Regardless of what his aim looks like. How often he's missing, excuse me. Let's see. This is fucked up, whatever's going on here. That's not right. I was working, and then I restarted, or I quit Overwatch, and then all of a sudden my secondary display no longer works for some strange reason. Makes complete sense. What? Now, oh, there it goes. What the fuck is going on? My left monitor turned off for like 20 seconds. Huh.
Strike from above. Elimination. Double. Repositioning. Double hit check confirmed. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. Double kill.
Like my monitors slowly desync from each other or something until they finally explode.
You weren't watching the skies. Double. Triple. Everyone has a plan until a rocket hits them in the face. Double. Triple kill. Double kill. Blasted. Going down. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Why would you use any other skin other than silver, guys? I don't know. I don't know.
Strike from above. Hello. No mistakes. No mercy. Increasing altitude. Pre-flight checklist complete. Running clean and hot.
Battle draws near. Ready yourselves.
Yes. Press the attack. Got it.
5, 4, 3,
Into the air.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Okay.
Let's show him some air power. Aerial positioning underway.
Reporting for duty.
Making another approach. The payload has reached.
See.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Yep.
Repositioning. Establishing area position.
Life protects life.
All systems known. Activating self-destruct sequence. I'm on my way. Hello.
Fucking got insta cleansed when I hit him with the rocket direct. What the fuck is that?
Don't stay down.
Auto cleanse? There's definitely an auto cleanse where it goes off when you hit your a direct rocket. And healing off soldier, you know the usual. Oh my god, the fucking timing on that. Good.
Life protects life.
The fuck is that shit? I'm pretty sure the McCree's cheating, by the way. I haven't said anything yet. Very certain he's cheating. Looks like he might have toggled it down a bit after P1 when they rolled this over. Misses more now. Not like insta-killing people immediately. Flea cheating. Following people through walls and carts. Walls, carts, just tracking you through stuff. It's normal. Still something fucked up with my aim.
The breeze brings relief. Always more to learn. The payload terminated.
Definitely toggled off or less accurate now. One of the two. Take it. How we did. Don't worry. Here's the rest of my HP. Okay.
This ends now.
Thank you. Good morning to you, by the way. We are most definitely not winning this, by the way. McCree's gonna start fucking 2 and 3 tags. He's already doing it. We toggle back on for the last push. It's usually the way cheaters work anyways. They're like, oh, let's extend the match and make it a little bit longer. Tee-hee-hee. I'll show them, and then I'll show them out of nowhere how my sicko mode turns on. Oh my god. Ah. Okay. All right.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Good. Good morning, Swinky, by the way. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Mm-hmm. My god, no warm-up. Pretty good. Just dealing with the usual cheaters and inconsistency in my aim. Oh yeah? Lovely. That'll happen. Like places closing down, like 3 inches of snow, and there's like places closing down, everyone's freaking out, the world's ending shit. World is ending. Oh, I got headshot, and then the Joker got headshot. Good.
Positioning.
That is a very, very accurate hamster. Extremely accurate answer. Okay. Okay. That, yeah, we might have to take a look at that in a replay. That might just be an instant report right there on the hamster, by the way. Got 2, or excuse me, 3.
Someone better get a firing. More to learn. The enemy has claimed the robot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because we didn't have snow for, like, we only had snow for, like a couple days. We had a 55-degree fucking Christmas. Yeah. That is very accurate, soldier. I mentioned it before, well, it's not normally something people cheat on. Hamster being one of them. If he gets you in the pop animation, he has a fucking aimbot. There's almost nothing you can do against it. Yeah, like businesses were just closing down yesterday. There's like an inch of snow on the roads. Businesses are closing down. Everyone's freaking out. The world's gonna end. Apocalypse happened. Crazy shit. Like how fat, like, Wisconsin, you get fucking like 12, 17 inches of snow in one snowstorm sometimes.
Returning to battle.
Oh, I tripled? No. Oh, I could have used HP that we didn't receive.
I don't stay down.
Yeah, I mean, cheating's kind of exploded this year. People have realized how accessible it is. I mean, I've literally been telling people how easy it is because you need to know cheating needs to be addressed, not hidden constantly. As well. Parallel linear acceleration velocity. Yeah. He had to show me good after we fucked him in the face earlier, guys. Origin story acquired. Looks like there's a min lock distance on it. Oh. Okay. Alright, dude. I wonder why Mercy's going over to res him.
The robot is with us now. Let's get pushing.
What the fuck? Bye. Oh.
I don't stay down.
60 seconds remaining.
Take this. The enemy has claimed the robot.
No, or I really could use the fucking rest of my HP. Healers fucking suck, guys. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. They have a lot, too. I mean, we just start spamming X, I guess? Make them hate me? Okay. Got the fucking timing. Yeah. Get res immediately. Yep. RNG Lucky Mercy.
All systems nominal. Positioning.
Okay. Alrighty.
Play of the game.
A wall looking at him. In. That. E. Right? Oh, buddy. One second, guys. It's like my monitors are vomiting on each other. Capture card, everything's just vomiting on each other. It really seems like there's some bugs with 500 hertz monitors, 480 really high refresh rates, maybe 360 is fixed. I haven't really tried it. It's like sometimes everything's working properly, and other times it's just, it's not pretty. Second, guys. Thought I fixed it, and turns out I didn't. Done. Well. Let's see. For this shit now, too. Unbelievable.
Strike from above. Increasing altitude. Double when I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me.
Something, you know, it doesn't matter how many plugs are on the back of your video card if it literally just like vomits, just spews everywhere when you're using it. Wait. I do have built-in graphics on my video card. I could potentially use them. I think I used to do that with my old Intel CPU, my 8700K, prior to getting my 5900X. Actually, I think I did with my 5900X for a little bit too. Now I have a USB card in there that I'm using instead. Oh, let's see how this goes, guys. But it did yesterday. This was working fantastic yesterday, and then today it was working fine for a little bit, and then it like started shitting itself on like my second game. Notice how my FPS in the top left is capped at 470, but you see the two dots are always there? Yeah. And those will slowly decrease over time to like 1 dot, and then my 1% will start dropping off. Special. Everything looks really clear right now, too. It usually does. Good job.
All systems nominal. Establishing aerial position.
Ash is very accurate, by the way. They needed that. Notice how, fucking look at my accuracy. Like, all I have to fucking say, guys, is look at my fucking accuracy. Not even close to our other games. Like, I doubled my accuracy in percentage terms. That's not something you can normally do. Buddy. Bananas here. Like, do you guys notice there's an extreme difference in terms of my, like, I don't understand. Like, it is manifesting itself. It is manifesting itself in terms of material numbers now, not just hey, something's broken. Like, you can literally see how broken it is. It also feels much clearer. It's much easier to see what's going on my screen right now. It hits all the shots too.
Making another approach.
Like, it just looks insanely clear right now too. No way. I don't know. I don't know.
Enemy over here. Hey, big guy.
Pretty sure the Ashe is cheating, by the way. Fucking Ashe knew I was sitting down there, waiting for heal, and he just wanted to fucking kill me. Dead. That's what really matters. They have a mercy still? No. So. Good.
Positioning.
The Eye of Horus watches over you. Sukran. The payload is under my protection. Join me.
Sweet tree. That is extremely weird looking. We get an origin story out of the McCree.
Okay, my head's in the game. Repositioning.
This we got the pain.
The dragon becomes mine.
Do something!
Trying to push it out the door. Good. Yeah. Do you know what? Like, even at the end there, when we started getting killed over and over again, you know something different about our action, guys? I was literally bullying people 2v1 with a healer. Crazy. Said something's broken. Something is broken deep inside my computer. But I don't think a reformatting is going to fix it either. I think it's something to do with streaming, something to do with multiple monitors.
Strike from above. Double kill. En route. Double of the world.
Pretty sure it has something to do with the different refresh rates between my monitors. That's like an old theory, but it never used to be this much of a problem. I wonder maybe I've just been putting up with it for over the years. Like I'm getting a taste of things as they're like working properly, and it's insane. It's just completely different.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Gaming feels much smoother too.
Strike from above.
Can be. Might have something to do with using SVP too. I'm not exactly sure.
Mother's work is never done.
Maybe I'll have to restart my computer after using it.
Hi there. I've got a good feeling. This could be our best mission yet.
Hello. There is always room for improvement. No mistakes. No mercy. Affirmative.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Increasing altitude.
Stop the kill.
Over here.
100% accurate Baptiste and 0 heals because we're missing a healer and the Lari's not healing apparently. Yes, the Lari. Good.
Get them away from the payload.
Yeah. Good. Ah. Oh, luckily there's a healing turret.
Enemy over here.
That whole team's following me. Ah.
Returning to battle. Taking off.
Nano administered.
Taken down. Justice.
Super lucky.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yep. Like an aimbot. Very rigid snaps.
30 seconds remaining.
Speed points. Good.
Meteor strike.
Making another approach.
Hi there.
Up and away.
We're outnumbered. The payload is uncharged.
Enemy here.
I don't
Enemies
stay
on the
down.
payload. Let's get them.
En route. Establishing aerial position. I see an enemy. Positioning.
No, we're pretty sure that guy's cheating. Not the kill cam we want. I'm talking about the
Taking to the air.
Kiriko?
60 seconds remaining.
Very good early on. Other cheater. Uh-huh. Holy fucking shit. Some strange reason, we're the only one getting focused, too. Oh. Want to keep doing it while my teammates roll over you? It's fine by me. Yeah. Okay. Good job, guys. What is that? Well, at least they killed me, guys. Holy shit. Our entire team had a chubber for me. Oh. I really don't care about watching people right now. I don't want to watch replays. No. Their team had chubbers for me, guys. No, that'll happen. I had 4 times as many deaths as the next, like the rest of my teammates had 2 deaths and I had 8.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. I don't think so.
Yeah, like, it just, everything feels better. Feels like it's slowly degrading, though. There's a weird thing when I like quit the game, like my secondary monitor just lost signal. What the fuck is that? Next game.
Without conflict, there is no future for humanity.
Roy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, and the games are too short to find enjoyable too. Absolute failure of game mode.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Is that the 100% accurate bat from last match? Can't click on endorsements anymore. What the fuck? That endorsements were available for a while.
Okay, my head's in the game. Aerial positioning underway.
Understood.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Last hit. I'm taking the objective. Converge on me.
Tried to charge me through the center pillar that they couldn't see through. Okay. Good. Why am I getting giant stutters now?
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Another one. What are these stutters doing, guys? Why am I getting a shitload of stutters now? Look at that shit. What the fuck is going on here? I'm capped. Not actually reaching my FPS cap. Holy fucking shit. Just RNG lucky again. And now we got massive stutters for some reason. Fuck off. Why do I have massive stutters? Why? Like, everything was working fine, and now I'm getting giant stutters. Oh, buddy.
Light them up.
Over there.
Flashpoint refinery.
Help that we're getting like super focused. We aren't getting heals too on top of it. Unbelievable. What's going on here? What? Fuck. What? I didn't even get a kill cam off the Alpha. What? How? I was up like 20 feet in the air. How the fuck did I get hit by him? Oh. Let's check for a pre-made. What the fuck is going on here? Again, no one's in the game together. You guys have a bone to pick with me, though. What the fuck is this? Oh.
All systems nominal.
Dude. Why am I getting constant stutters? Matters. Oh, buddy. So basically, we got 0 heals the entire game. We got focused by the entire enemy team the entire game. And I'm pretty sure we had multiple people that are cheating. Holy fucking shit. And then I got leg spikes on top of it. You can literally see in his aim, it's like stuttering. Holy fucking shit. And now the stutters are gone. Game, and hopefully we can get rid of the stutters. And it was like beautiful. It was operating absolutely beautiful. And then like, what is like 10 FPS? What the fuck? Holy fucking shit. And then the cheating Baptiste. What the fuck happened with the Reinhardt? Let's see what the fuck this even what even happened here. Restart my game too. It was working perfectly, guys, and then all of a sudden it's just janky as fuck. What the what? Oh, we're gonna rewind. Things are getting dumb now. We've seen people cheat at literally fucking everything, guys, so I went in reverse into it. Including Winston. Reinhardt.
Here, take this. I'm ready to rally.
Looks like he's snapping to people off screen, which we have seen before. And extremely RNG lucky. See, like, in jitters, it's like the Baptiste. That's why I thought these guys were together, following me through the wall. That's actually my computer doing this shit. Is it just the map doing this?
On my way.
Fresh from the oven.
Vision.
On my way.
Flashpoint. I have located the enemy.
Junkyard.
Pretty sure this guy is a wall hack. He just tried to fucking, he instant snapped and tried to, fire strike the Zen through the wall.
Willpower burns within me.
There.
They fall before me.
Very certain this guy's cheating. Just trying to figure out how. Games are too fucking short. Watching the Junkrat through the wall just now. I went in reverse. Highly likely that's lead. That one looked weird. That's what we watched at the beginning, where it looked like he was pre-aiming on someone, but I think that's just a slide off the wall. RNG lucky.
the iris.
Over here at the Junkrat. You fire strike at him?
Into the iris.
Lots of off-screen snaps. Pretty sure he has a wall hack once again. These fucking maps are too short. The whole idea, the whole quick play or quick battles was really dumb. Games themselves are already really short, and making them even shorter is like, I don't know who this appeals to. I don't know why they would have thought this was a good idea. We're gonna try one more. I'm just gonna quit in the middle of it if we get the plague spikes again. Yeah. Fucking weird, mate. It was working perfectly, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. And like, it just out of nowhere, it just stopped working. Like, what? Why? What is going on here? Oh. Like, I'm not even flicking to the right spots in menus anymore. Now I'm on a EU server. Felt the injury, guys. It's like having fucking 4 things go wrong at the same time. Alright, well, let's see what's going on here, guys. I had 80% accuracy in that match at one point, like 30% direct hits. And then my game started jerking off. Oh, buddy. And then we started getting focused, too. Oh, rough day, guys.
Hello. Over here. No mistake. Yes. No mercy. Capture.
That's some really fucking stuttery looking aim.
Making another approach.
Perfectly following me too. Good.
All systems nominal. Face the sunrise!
I was meant for push the payload forward. Thank you.
Pretty sure we got people following me around through walls, specifically the Genji.
Always more to learn.
I am grateful. Annihilation is us.
I see an enemy. Taking off.
Good. RNG lucky. The Lucio, that is, guys. Good for him.
Enemy over here.
Guy that doesn't miss.
The skies await. On the move. We're outnumbered. Up and away.
Yeah.
Let's show him some air power.
I dreamt I was a
Blinding! Here they come. Brace yourselves. Aerial positioning underway. Stop pushing yourself so hard.
I'm pretty sure Lucio's cheating, or not the Lucio. The Genji's cheating, and it looks like the soldier's definitely cheating too. Legitimately does not fucking miss.
Splash. Damage.
10 seconds.
Tried to fucking snipe me over the top of the rail. Right. What makes it worse too is these matches are so fucking short. It's like insult to injury. This is pretty atrocious. Alright, let's report the soldier. We're gonna take a look at the Genji.
Knock them flying.
Oh, this feels like shit now, guys. Why does it feel like shit?
Ready for battle.
Like, there's almost nothing here to review either. Like, that's the shitty thing about it. It's like a 6-minute match. Like the first
Group up here.
minute is a waste. Like, the footage doesn't anything. The last minute doesn't count. Leaves like 4 minutes of footage to actually catch shit.
Group up here.
Pre-target on me. Can't see the health bars. Watching me behind walls. Team is all over the place. Diamond. This is the guy that doesn't miss. That was a diamond soldier. Like, what? 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 Used to be gold. I don't have enough time to fucking keep tweaking this. Let's try just another game and see if it fixes it. Weird. I don't know what, like, so the match prior to this worked really well, and then we got those weird ass fucking stutters constantly. Which I shouldn't, because I'm capped under... I was capped under... Yes, Cap. Let's try restoring my game again. Nice game.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Yeah, like, just these, like, so when you start losing in these games, guys, like, it feels like you can't recover because there's not enough time to recover anymore. That makes it even worse. It's like playing a game where you know you're going to lose in, like, the first minute and a half, and then you can't do anything about it. Why? What? And then you get to lose for the next 4.5 minutes. It's like fucking MOBAs.
Strike from above.
Ride it out.
You're still hiding. When are you coming back for good?
I'm trying, Vivian. Please be patient with me.
I've been patient for years. What's a little while longer?
Give up, Farah. You're supposed to confront her about it. Let's keep bending to her will.
The suspense is terrible. I hope it lasts.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Escort.
Positioning underway.
Dodge the wrong way.
Let's show him some air power. En route.
Edge miss.
Time to kick some tail. Taking to the air. Rocket are fuel.
Why the fuck did the life we were just jumping and die? What is going on in my games? That's in addition to the fucking hit rate issues I'm having. And it's like the enemy team knows I'm like the only one doing anything and just like fucking focuses me. What? And it doesn't miss.
Going down.
Price. Fucking shit. And he's trying to snap into people through walls, trying to shoot shurikens at people through walls.
Let's show him some air power. Repositioning.
Rip them to pieces.
60 seconds remaining.
Excellent teamwork.
Life protects life.
But we can leave with it. Enemy here.
30 seconds.
But again. Holy shit, just like hard lock to your chest.
Aerial positioning underway.
I don't think we could even make it to the current time to start overtime. No. Snap through walls, this guy's cheating.
Returning to battle.
Again.
Underway. You are
Auto deflect? Dash? Auto deflect? No. He like hit me with a combo and then I finished myself off on a direct on him. Off. That is 100% cheating. He just fucking snaps at people through walls twice.
Always more to learn. On the move. 30 seconds. Enemy over here.
A headshot. I'm pretty sure the Mei is cheating too. It's not lead though. It just snaps you. That's not how you play Mei. Mei doesn't have a hit scan.
We're outnumbered. The dragon becomes me.
Right. Too horrible. Just feels horrible. What the fuck is going on here? Guy, straight up cheating.
Your miscalculations will cost you everything. Suffer as I have.
Mei. I'm pretty sure Mei is cheating too, but it might have just been random icicles we saw. Also possibly Anna. That's also cheating. Oh, good, 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 good. Oh my god, this is so amazing. Like, look at this fucking aim. The fuck is this shit? Like all over.
Completely warmed up.
Tried to shoot at Anna through the wall. Fucking shooting at his teammate. This guy is absolutely horrible. I'm pretty sure it snaps the chest, dead center chest-ish, right when it launches it. Yeah, like he's not leading at all. With this, that is really fucking weird. Playing Mall Cop today, guys. It feels like we're playing Mall Cop. I believe I'm playing. Not a skill that matches what we saw there. Guys, hard cheating. That. Brain hurts. Okay, enough of this, guys. I can't handle anymore. We're gonna. Whoops. Not getting better. It is not. Oh, fuck, guys. Our games just spiraled out of control. It wasn't mainly the games either. It's like my aim just goes to shit, and then it makes the whole game shit because I can't aim, and you really depend on your aim. That wasn't even that bad. 51-17. I'm tapping to the back button, and it's not going there. After, was it Junk City? Halfway through Junk City where it just started going derping all over the place. And prior to that, we had like 80% accuracy or something insane. Even at the end, we ended it pretty well. Accuracy-wise. But just went to shit. And it started spiking constantly. I don't even know what's going on there. Now that I restart my game, it doesn't feel as good. And it doesn't seem to aim as good either. So, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Alright, enough of this, guys. We're going to continue this tonight. By the way, the new game mode is absolutely horrid. It takes all the fun out of the game. What little fun there is in the game, it takes it out. And, yeah, the games are not only unenjoyable, but at the same time, they're like it actively dissuades you from playing because you get into a rut and you can't really do anything at all. You have to sit in overtime like constantly. It's fucking terrible. Absolutely terrible. Went the wrong way with that one. The game should have been longer. Game should be longer and more players, just like TF2, so you can derp around. And obviously dual picks or whatever. You can pick the same character if you want. And whatever ratio TDS. But alright, guys. We're going to call things for this morning, guys. Tonight will be more of OW2s. Hopefully functioning, hopefully ironing more of this out. But yeah, I'm getting out of here, guys. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed all the cheaters, make sure to follow button on your select platforms from Kick, Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch every day from late night to early morning. GMT-6. So late night North American time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc. etc. But I'm out of here for this morning, guys. Tonight will be the OW2s. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday morning. Have a good day, guys.